Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
You're damn right it's my destiny. We're here to rock and roll tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. We got some MAGGCAST going live tonight. Let's go, everybody. Yo! How's it going, everybody? I hope everybody is well. What's up? It's MAGGCAST time. It's time to party. And it is a beautiful Tuesday night here in the city of Toronto. It is lovely, although I'm not technically in the city, but it doesn't matter. We are here. We're ready to rock and roll, and we're ready to have a good time. And we already see a lot of beautiful people in that chat, ladies and gentlemen.
But the cream rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's get it on. Listen, folks. Listen. Enough fanfare, okay? It's the dog days of summer. All right. Yeah, I know we got some game releases that have come out or whatever, and we got a few in a couple of weeks and all that jazz. We already know what's going on. However, okay, Cyber Gunter, knock that shit off with the Dodgers, okay?
Yeah!
Get out of here with that. What? The Dodgers are going to cause a lockout. I'm telling you right now, because they're spending too much money. Everybody's getting pissed off. It's becoming a situation, all right? Don't make me have to deal with the Dodgers. How you doing, Funky Playbox? Ion Storm's in the house. Cyber Gunter already causing trouble, as we can see. Bernie, how you doing? Otaku Shaku! Sinless. Mag, get off the phone. You can talk to Colt Eastwood later. I wasn't on the phone with Colt Eastwood, all right? Anyways. It's the dog days of summer, folks. So, like, when it comes to, like, games are coming out, as I was saying. However, gaming news has gotten a little thin, although something happened today, which was interesting, and we will talk about that a little bit, but we will finally get some more information as time goes on over the next little while, and the things we're going to talk about tonight, we are going to be talking a little bit about some Halo numbers, what's going on with Halo Campaign Evolved, and some, you know, a little bit of drama going on behind the scenes, which I expected, but, you know, 343 doesn't disappoint, and yes, they're still called 343. I don't care what anybody calls them, all right? Halo Studios is just 343 wearing a wig. It's the same story, different name. That's all it is, you know. But that's how that goes. But anyway, how you doing, Literal Table? I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope all is well. So anyhow, we're going to talk a little bit about Halo tonight. Friday, we already talked about the Sony thing, about Sony just saying, by the way, we carefully considered the situation, and you can go to hell with your physical. Although they didn't really say that, but you know what I mean. So yeah, we're not going to talk about that tonight because we already exhausted that topic. There's nothing really else to say. Like, what else are you going to say? Although there is one thing I'm going to bring up about the Sony situation. I'm going to bring out the blackout that's coming up in August 23rd, and how, whatever. We'll get into that a little bit later. What else are we going to talk about tonight? We're going to talk about EA, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to, what's up, Noisy? How you doing? We're going to talk about, don't be hating on the Dodgers. I am going to be hating on the Dodgers, DN. Ridiculous team. They're going to cause a lockout. I'm telling you right now. Infernal, how you doing? We're going to talk about EA. I don't know if you guys caught the news already. I was going to make a video, but then I'm like, you know what? I start the show in like 2 hours. What the hell's the point of making a video and then doing the video about the EA acquisition, and then literally 2 hours later, or like by the time I actually get the video out the door, 30 minutes later, I'm going to talk about it again. It made no sense to me. So I'm like, you know what? We're going to do this on the show. We're going to talk about what happened with EA and how they were finally acquired as of this afternoon in what is regarded, ladies and gentlemen, as the second largest gaming acquisition in video game history, folks. That is correct. $55 billion. We will be talking about that tonight. We're going to talk about some other stuff tonight, too. What else do you guys want to talk about? You know what we're going to do? We're going to talk about Beast of Reincarnation. We're going to talk about that as well. Hi, David Merrifield. RT in the house. How you doing? We're going to talk about Beast of Reincarnation, which technically came out today, although it was supposed to come out today, but it came out last night. So after XNC, I played for a few hours, and I'll get into my thoughts about that game a little bit later. And then I played again today, and I'll give you my updated thoughts about the game. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then that's basically it. And then what I'm going to do, like I said, because the news gets kind of thin this time of year, folks, you know what we're going to do? We're going to hang out. We're going to crack a drink, whatever. It's been a while since I cracked a drink on the show, man, because, like, I got to tell you, it's been a busy summer, right? And so what's been going on is, like, usually every Wednesday or even Tuesday I've had concerts, or Wednesday I've got a show, or this going on and that going on. And I haven't been able to sit down with you guys and just chill out and have some community talk. So we're going to do some of that tonight, too. So without further ado, let's get into some stuff and things. All right, folks, let's get into some stuff and things. We got 61 beautiful people here already. Hit that like button, subscribe, do all that jazz. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. I don't beg for any of that shit, okay? I don't. I don't do it. I never have. I never will. But I just, once in a while, I just say it. You know. I'm not going to be like one of those podcasts where, like, every 15 minutes, like the weather updates on the, on news radio, they got to do a weather update every 15 minutes. I ain't doing that on this show. You know what I'm saying? Ion Storm, I forgot all about it. God damn it. Ion Storm is saying in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, that he, in fact, he says his community's already helped him raise almost 100 pounds for Mind. Those people need a blessing. Well, I'm going to get in on that, too. SDO, how you doing, man? Yeah, I totally, because usually, like, on Tuesdays in that mid-afternoon area, I'm not around, and when you do your show, I'm not around to watch it live. I usually catch the replay, and so, yeah, I got caught up. Damn it. Screwball can go to hell, Cybergunter. You know what's going to happen? He's going to suck. Oh, Deceiver, you didn't know? Well, if you don't know, now you know, silly. Y'all thought I was going to say something else, didn't you? You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you?
Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
Well, I didn't. I didn't say anything. I called you silly. Hey, Seth, how you doing, buddy? Yeah. What's up, AKL? How you doing? All right, let's get into Halo first. Let's talk about this. So there's some stuff going on with Halo. One thing I definitely disagree with. Pirate Nation had posted earlier today. I know, like, it's hit and miss with, with some of those posts and whatever else, right? But I got to talk about it anyway. And so we're going to talk about that right now. So he's saying in a post, he says, Halo Campaign Evolved had a much... this is where we're going to have a conversation. Had a much bigger launch on Xbox than on PS5 in the US, according to Circana analyst Matt Piscatella. The game debuted as the fourth most played title on Xbox, with about 8% of active... That's fucking horrible. 8% of active Xbox players jumping in on launch day. On PS5, it ranked 29th, with roughly 1%, even worse, 1% of active PlayStation players. Now, here's the thing. Here's the question I have. Now, as you guys well know, I'll get this out of the way first before we even start. I actually really enjoyed the campaign for what it was. I mean, for what it was. I mean, it was always an awesome campaign. I always loved Halo. And anyways, played it. Of course, we all know the drama that I went through with the early access. Got my refund. Thanks, Microsoft, for, at least doing that for me. Because I got locked out 2 out of the 5 days of early access. And I'm like, I'm not paying you $30 to only get 3 days out of 5. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, got my money back. But guess what I did do? I put that money and got the premium edition of Gears of War E-Day. Let's go! So we're going to be doing some of that. So yeah, so I got the premium edition. So right here on the channel, folks, we will be playing Gears of War E-Day 5 days early. We will be doing the campaign right here. And if y'all want to squad up with me for the live stream, then jump right into it, maggots. It's going to be amazing. So we're going to have a great time. We're also going to talk about, actually, there's a super chat coming in. I'll address that in a minute, QMax, because that actually is going to be something we're going to talk about on the show here. However, we're going to do the Halo thing first. So anyways, I have some issues with this statement. And the reason why, and it's not some fanboy bullshit or whatever, it's just that you look at it and they're like, okay, well, 8% of active Xbox players jumping in on launch day said it had a bigger launch on Xbox. What exactly does that mean, considering that 25 to 30 million people are on Game Pass? So, like, when it comes to that stuff, I don't know how you measure that form of success. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it comes across as very convoluted. I'm like, I don't know what does that even mean? It had a more successful, or a much bigger launch. If the people are already on Game Pass and all you did was click on it, like, how is that measured as a success when you're already paying the subscription service that's already being accounted for, and it's also being accounted for to all the other games that are in Game Pass, either they're coming out the same month or, that they're paying the ongoing the ongoing month after month service of having those games in there. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand it. So, like, but like I said, this is not a PlayStation versus Xbox thing. I'm just trying to figure out how they measure their, like it says 8% of active Xbox players were playing, which, by the way, is horrible. I'd like to point that out. I thought something like Halo, especially being in Game Pass, the number should have been significantly higher, in my opinion. If you've got 25 to 30 million people in Game Pass, I would think that at least 15 million out of the 30 million in Game Pass, if it's hit 30 million again. I know it dipped into the 20s when it went up to $30, and then it went up a few million, but I still think it's somewhere in the 20s. It'll probably shoot up, like, you know, closer in the fall when you've got, like, Wolverine, or not Wolverine, Jesus Christ, when you got Gears of War E-Day in there and some other games. So I think it'll go up again. But however, that being the case, I mean, with a game like Halo being like a pillar franchise, if you will, you know, a Mount Rushmore for Xbox, it should be minimum 15 million to 20 million people playing it. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, like, how do you measure success of one being in a subscription service and one having to be purchased? You can't compare the two, and that's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say here. Because when this post came up, it says, you know, Matt Piscatella saying it had a bigger launch on Xbox than on PS5 in the US. You're measuring purchases versus a subscription service that people already had. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you... That's literally the definition of apples and oranges. It's a ridiculous comparison. I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it was silly. But anyways, besides all that, I think that the numbers are horribly low. 8% of Xbox players, with it going into the subscription service, were playing Halo. A lot. That number should be significantly higher, in my opinion. Now, the thing is, the game itself, I understand there's a lot of PC players out there who are having a lot of issues with it. You know, some technical issues and bugs and glitches and some frame drops and whatever else. I didn't experience any of that on the console side. At least I wasn't looking out for it. Like, I mean, I didn't really notice anything. But I thought the game was magnificent. It looked great. It played great. You know, like the actual mechanics of the game, as I discussed before, very Call of Duty-ish. Like, you know what I mean? It was snappy. It was quick. You know, changing weapons, aim down sights, the sprint, all that jazz, the graphics, the frame rates, all of it was fantastic. I really enjoyed myself, and I love playing it. And I'm actually going to go back to it because I haven't really finished everything. So, but I'm a little disappointed. That there was not so much of an adoption rate. Now, PlayStation, whatever. They had to buy the game, and so whatever. You know, I expected those numbers to be higher, even though at one point they were even saying that on the PlayStation side, it was like the second most pre-ordered game of like that month or something like that. I can't remember the exact number. I don't have it in front of me. I just remember reading it a couple of weeks ago. So I'm a little surprised that only 1% of the 1% attach rate of were active PlayStation players. Now, I don't know if that was for a specific day or if that's overall or if that was over this weekend. I don't know because they didn't specify, nor did Matt Piscatella, nor did Pirate Nation. They didn't specify that. Right? So that was a bit of an issue for me, but whatever. Anyway, the point is, I'm a little disappointed in the Xbox community that only 8% of the community with the game in Game Pass engaged in the game. I think that that's piss poor. And that doesn't, and I'll tell you right now, folks, because you know that I'm the kind of guy I am. I don't mess around with this kind of stuff, okay? I tell you exactly like it is, whether you like it or whether you don't. That doesn't bode well for the future. And I'll tell you that right for Game Pass. Or even for some of their games coming up, it doesn't bode well. If people aren't engaging. Now, I understand it's a remake. I get all that. However, so is Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and it sold like whatever, how many millions of copies? 3 million copies in the first week alone. That was a remake, and that blew the doors off. This remake is also... Okay, it's not the same game. I get it. I understand. And out of the two, I'm not going to lie to you guys, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I mean, I have an affinity for Assassin's Creed. It's my thing, right? But I got to tell you, man, Assassin's Creed Black Flag is clearly the better game. However, it doesn't mean that Halo's bad. Halo's not bad. I think it's a fantastic game. It's beautiful. Like I said, I don't have to repeat everything I already said 5 minutes ago. I don't have to justify my comments about what I said about Halo. I love the game, and I think it's a beautiful game, and it's a fantastic remake. However, if people aren't attaching themselves now when this game is in the subscription service, and I know people are going to say, I'm just telling you, okay, before you get all your panties in a knot, okay, I'm worried about Gears of War. I'm just telling you, people might think I'm being performative, or maybe I'm being a little dramatic. I'm just saying I'm a little concerned about that because of where it's landing, the timing of where it's landing. There's like 6 games coming out within like the 2-week period that game is in, and then literally a week later, early access starts for Call of Duty. I personally feel I'm a little concerned for Gears. Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. This is the very few times I hope I'm wrong. I want 25 million players in there. I want 30 million players in there. I want it to blow the barn doors off of Steam. I want to see all that stuff. However, if this is even just a small indication of what's been going on when it comes to attach rate with the Xbox gaming community, I'm just saying. And considering what I just mentioned, 6 games coming out within 8 days of Gears, and literally 1 week later, early access starts for Call of Duty, I'm a little concerned about its longevity. Yes, I agree, Jardel. I think that Gears is going to have a way better reception than Halo. Yes, I do. So I agree with you there, brother. But what I'm trying to say is, and I'm not trying to doom and gloom it. I'm just saying, with all of everything that I had just said, when it comes to all those game releases and whatever, and like I said, literally a week later, early access starts for Call of Duty. And then like 6 games coming out within that 8 days of there. A lot of people are going to be like sort of, a little distracted. I'm just worried. I just wish it had like a whole month to itself. I know that seems kind of selfish and ridiculous, but, I'm just hoping it does well. And I'd love to see, and what I'm trying to do here, folks, is not trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to coax the Xbox community. I know you guys will do it. I know you guys will do it. And the Xbox listeners and the fans out there on my show and the people listening after the fact, I know you guys will all play it. You guys will all be there day one. I'll be there day one. I got the premium edition. Ready to rock. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to rock. It's everybody else. You know what I'm saying? It's not the hardcore. All the hardcore is going to be there. They're going to be, wall bouncing and gnashing people's faces and this and that, playing the campaign and doing whatever and doing horde mode. By the way, we'll talk about that in a minute. When it comes to the beta, I want to say, the hardcore is going to be there. But we don't carry the industry. I've said that a million times before. I'll say it again. We don't carry the industry. We are just a small percentage of it. It's everybody else that has to get on board. Now, a good thing that they did was advertised during SummerSlam. Great idea, right? You got everybody's beating the crap out of each other and hitting each other with chairs and all this other crap, whatever, right? And doing all that, and all of a sudden you see Gears of War E-Day and all the explosions and all that shit. That was awesome. And that is the kind of advertising and marketing that Xbox has sorely been lacking for literally 2 generations now. They needed that. Because Sony's been doing that, painting Spider-Man on the side of like subways and like Kratos on the center court at halftime during the NBA playoffs. You know what I mean? Like big stuff. And what Xbox did with Gears of War E-Day at SummerSlam, that's it. That's good. That's big stuff. And you're also hitting the target demographic, males between the ages of 16 and 44. That's how you do it. You're targeting that audience, which is perfect. So we need the casuals to get their asses out there and play Gears of War. That's what we need. The hardcore is going to be there. We're already there. So that's all I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is that I just hope and pray that whatever happened to Halo here, not even a fraction of that happens to Gears, because I don't want to see what happens if it doesn't perform, and then you have Asha doing her thing.
Asha-sama
you know what I'm saying?
Fatality.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't want another Order 66 on my hands with Coalition if it doesn't sell enough copies or whatever else, right? That's the other thing, too. I tell you right now, their focus is not Game Pass anymore. Their focus are sales, and they want to get those sales out there. So people, if you're going to go out there, go buy the game or whatever, do it. I'm all for it. Support them, because Coalition are wizards at what they do. And from what I've seen and what I've heard about this game, fantastic. Now, that being said, let's get into the beta. The beta situation. So apparently, the Coalition was like doing some last-minute touches before the last beta they had, and they did some today. And I found out just before I went live, folks, that indeed the Coalition just said, hey, come on down. Okay? They said they did the whole like Family Feud, come on down, and all that jazz or whatever the hell it is, Price is Right. And then they're like, we're going to leave it open for a couple hours if y'all want to jump in. And I'm like, that's so cool. So they opened it up and let people get in there and jump in just before the show. However, I couldn't do it. I'm not available late Tuesday afternoons. And, of course, I got to do the show. So I wasn't able to jump in there. So that sucks for me, but I really wanted to do it. Now, that being the case, right here on this channel, folks, I will figure out a time this Thursday and Friday. For Friday Night Live, we will be streaming, of course, the Gears of War beta. We will be playing it. I will open up my party to the maggots out there. Whoever wants to jump in and horde with me, we will do all of that on Friday. However, because it launches on Thursday, I will be doing a special stream on Thursday as well, and we're going to be doing that with the maggots. Let's go! Yeah, so we're going to do that Thursday as well. So we're going to be streaming the beta Thursday and Friday this week here on the channel, folks. Friday will be 8 p.m. as my standard 8 p.m. for Friday Night Live. And Thursday, I will figure out a time. I have to work out some details. But once we get the details nailed down or whatever, we are going to be doing that live here on the channel. We'll be playing the beta that day. So we're going to have fun, get everything ready, and get your asses in gear. And you're going to be, no pun intended, and you will be gaming with me. So we'll be doing all of that. Now, moving on from Halo and Gears, we're going to talk about something. But before we do that, we got QMax coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Let's go, QMax. How you doing, brother? Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, my friend. And QMax says for 5 United States dollaroonies. He says, sup, Mag, love you, brother. Can't wait to see you at Toronto Fan Fest now that we have dates. EA getting that Arab money. Laugh out loud. Rip to Psychonauts who we lost. Yes, that's a whole lot. That super chat said a whole lot in there. So let's break that super chat down. The Toronto Fan Fest is indeed Friday, November 6th. That is indeed the case. So we will be doing, thank you so much, QMax, appreciate that. So we will be doing that on, we will be doing that. It's on Friday, November 6th. What I'm going to try to do is, obviously I'm going to try to go. Now, I did look into some of the details on the website, and what the website says, it is exactly like LA. Okay, guys? So I know that kind of sucks. So it's exactly like LA. So what's going to happen here is that it's going to be a sweepstakes. So you've got to enter on the website and blah, 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 blah. Put in your email, put in your name, and then that's it. And then you just send it off, and there's your lottery ticket, so to speak. And then they either pick you or they don't. What's up, Street? How you doing? Hi, keep Blade. How you doing, Blade? Okay, so Sinless, let me answer that question. He says, is the beta for pre-orders only? No. If you were on Game Pass Ultimate, you can play in the beta. So you could do that. So basically everybody's invited. Beast Mode, how are you? Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, how are you, mate? Hey! Yes. Magnum's in the house? Anyways, so what you have to do is you got to go to the website. You got to apply. Now, it's not open yet. It says it says official site not open yet for the Toronto Fan Fest. So we got to wait. But the minute that goes live, I will post something about it. And then I'm like, guys, go. Get your asses in there. Put your, sign up for it or whatever. Get your email and all that jazz. Put it in there. And then off we go. Okay. And so double fingers crossed for everybody. However, KLZ, how you doing? I'm doing good, man. However, I am going to try something. Now, don't hold me to this, okay? But I'm going to try something. I'm going to reach out to Aaron Greenberg. And I can reach out to him personally. Probably shouldn't tell you guys that, but I'll tell you. I don't give a shit. I'll tell you anyway. I'm going to reach out to him, and I'm going to say, listen, man. Get me, if you can. I mean, I know the guy. So I'm like, listen, see if you can get me 6 tickets. Okay? For the Fan Fest in Toronto. I mean, I was there at the Fan Fest in LA. I'm your Toronto representative for XNC and of course MAGGCAST. Let's do this. You know what I'm saying? If I can score tickets, this is the plan. What I would do, my wife being my YouTube manager, she'll come. She couldn't come to LA because she had to work because of the World Cup. She's an engineer for the train system here in Toronto or whatever. And during the World Cup, even though the World Cup hadn't actually started yet, the entire month of June into July, company-wide policy, no one was allowed to book time off. So she wasn't allowed to come with me. to LA. So I had to go solo. Otherwise, she would have come with me. Now, the thing is, she actually is my financial manager. So I'm like, no, she can come so I can get her. The thing is, if I can score, let's just say I could do this and I can actually score 6 tickets. So me and my wife, and then I would give away 4 tickets right here on the show. What do you think? You guys think that's a good idea? And I'm going to present it to him. I'm going to present it to Greenberg, and I'm going to go, listen, man, this is the plan. And I'd like to give away tickets on the show, 4 tickets. Not all to one person, I'm saying. Like, I'd give away, like, 1 ticket at a time and do, like, 1 show and be like, hey, guys, we're doing one big, like, MAGGCAST extravaganza show where I'm going to give away 4 tickets for Toronto Fan Fest. You know, we'll do some trivia shit, and whoever answers first, gets it. But you got to be from here, though. Like, I mean, you can't be from, like, Bangladesh and be like, oh, I'm going. Like, you have to actually want to go. And you got to be from around the area that you're going to actually come to the Fan Fest. So if you're going to do that, then we'll do that. That's my plan. That's my idea. So I'm going to present it to Greenberg, see what he says. If they say go F yourself, then that's fine. They can tell me to go F myself. That's fine. Then whatever. But I'm going to try. So I thought that'd be a good idea. So like I could at least give away 4 tickets to people who are from around the area who would like to go. Now, the other thing is, I still would like to do something. So, I mean, if the Fan Fest is here, I could almost assuredly, happen, I could almost assuredly get into the thing myself. But I would like to do, it'd be kind of fun to, even afterwards, have, a meetup or something, right across. Because I would imagine it's going to be at the Toronto Convention Center, which is right on Front Street, right by the Rogers Center and stuff, and the CN Tower. So it'd be somewhere around there. And, I'd be like, listen, man, even if we can't get into the damn thing, which would suck, but even if we can't get into it, we could have, a little, a get-together or something, across the street in one of the bars or something. Or, you know what I mean? That'd be kind of fun. What's up, Glinzer? How you doing? Oratos! Any opportunity to leave Montreal? Yeah, see, Montreal's not far. It's a 4-hour drive. You could do that. So I will do that. It's not that I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and do that. We'll see what Greenie says to me. And I'm not going to put him on the spot. I'm not going to be like, hey, by the way, I told all my fans and friends that we're doing this. And so, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be a jerk about it. I'm just going to be like, listen, man, if you can't do it, you can't do it. But I just thought it would be a cool idea, a cool opportunity for a little promotion or whatever, that kind of thing. But in the very least, what we can do is even still have a get-together in the city. I don't know if anybody wants to come down. I mean, that's up to you guys. We could talk about that over the next couple of months, you know what I mean? And then we could do something like that and be like, hey, man, any gamers want to, we're going to be in the vicinity or whatever of the Xbox Fan Fest. We're going to be across the street at whatever, and we're going to be hanging out, having some drinks and having some jolly good time and some pints. You know what I mean? It comes in pints. I'm getting one. So I thought that'd be a cool idea. 4 hours drive from Cleveland. There you go, QMax. It's the same shit as Montreal, dude. So you're right there. The only problem is that, QMax, the only thing I know is that you're actually wanted by the FBI, so I don't know if you're going to be able to cross the border. So oh, man. I don't know. We're going to have to find out and see. Hey, 108 Dragons in the house. Let's go. That's it. What's up, Lemon? How you doing? Everybody say hello. Wonderful gentleman he is. And we've got Italia Gangster coming in, gifting 1 gifted member. No. This is for you. Italia Gangster, thank you so much, my friend, for gifting a channel member and to the new channel member. Oh, it happens to be Colin Prime. Well, guess what, Colin Prime?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
That's right. Welcome to hell, buddy. Well, I mean, you're already here anyway, but you're here again. Yeah. Hey, Matt Rush, how you doing, man? Yeah, listen, Lem. You're always gonna get some fanfare when you show up in this chat, man. That's the way it always goes. Me Puppet, how you doing? So, anyways, that's that. So that's the FanFest situation, and of course, guys, to everybody out there, honestly, if you didn't know about it already, we lost a great member of the Xbox community, Psychonauts 8. He was an awesome dude, and actually, what's crazy is actually the first year I started podcasting, he was actually one of the first people that I befriended in the community besides Noof. And Titan Drago and those guys and even Graphic God and all those guys in the early days, and Stinking Corpse, remember him, Stinking Corpse doing his thing, and Psychonauts, and we became friends, played some games together, and unfortunately last week he passed away. So that was at 46 years old. It was an absolute tragedy, man. So yeah, it's a whole situation. Yeah, it was awful. But yes, thank you for the super chats, QMax. I appreciate that, brother. Now, we are going to talk. Yes, Wiz Flame, we're going to talk about that right now. So the last thing I want to talk about this Halo situation, I already talked about it, but we're going to continue on with something else because then, actually, just a few hours ago, some more information came out. Okay, your whole family's watching Italian Gangsta? Well, then you get an extra one.
Oh, no.
Here you go. This is for you, buddy. There you go, Italian Gangster, the whole family. Welcome to the show. No, not the game. Not the game, Little Table. It's the guy. Yeah, Psychonaut's the guy. Yeah, not the game. I'm sure the game is not gonna, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. We'll see what's going on there. But yeah, no, it was the man. He was a lovely man. Halo campaign involves troubled development. Who would have guessed that, ladies and gentlemen? Who would have guessed that Halo Studios doesn't know what they're doing?
I'd buy that for $1.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it is ridiculous. Like, how could you not know that? With all of the troubled development they've had over the last decade, how can you not think that there was problems behind the scenes? Well, it certainly has come to light. So I'll give you guys some bullet points of some stuff that was posted about this, and it was just posted a couple of hours ago. No, I know that, Little Table. I know that, brother. So here it is. Here are the bullet points that we got about the troubles at Halo Studios, a.k.a. Still 343. I don't give a shit what you decide to call it. Heavy reliance on external partners that went poorly. Weird. Isn't it weird that when you have external partners that are not familiar with the workspace, with your work culture, not familiar with your engine, and then you have 18-month contracts and then you throw their asses out the door because you don't want to pay them their benefits and you don't want to pay them anything else besides just their salary and kick them out and bring new people in, just like Walmart doesn't hire full-time people? Well, what did you think was going to happen? You're not going to get a cohesive package when you have people who don't know what the fuck is going on over there. And then and as soon as they get comfortable working on it, they throw your ass out because they don't want to pay you benefits. It's literally what Walmart was getting in trouble for by hiring only part-time people. What's up, Gunler? How you doing? Riders in the house? Yeah, Halo Studios does need to be gone. And I'll tell you this right now, folks. God willing that Asha decides...
Asha Shama wins.
She doesn't touch.
Fatality.
Hopefully she doesn't touch Coalition, okay? But I'll tell you this. The other 1,600 layoffs that are coming, I bet you a shitload of them are happening at Halo Studios. Mark my words. Mark my words. Let me continue. Abstraction Studio handled major technical work and level design for all missions, from concept, block out, I don't know what that means, through encounters, scripting, NPC spawning, and adapting levels for new features like Sprint. Okay. Development with Abstraction began around the summer of 2023. Halo Studios allegedly ended the contract mid-development around fall 25. What? Oh my God. Okay, anyways, let me continue. Much of Abstraction's work had to be redone. You see, this is the shit that I'm talking about. And this is, what's up, No Talent? This is the stuff I'm talking about, that when Asha looks at the numbers and wonders why these budgets for Xbox Studios are so inflated and out of control. I shouldn't just say Xbox, but we're talking about Xbox right now. Okay? Because we all know, we're not going to do the whataboutisms on this channel, okay? Yeah, we could talk about Naughty Dog being way over budget, and I know Sony's pissed off about that with, what the fuck is it called, Intergalactic? They're pissed off about that too. Fine, but we're not talking about Sony, we're talking about Xbox, so, you know. You wonder why she gets pissed off, and they start cutting these studios down, start firing people, and this, that, and the other, okay? It's because of this kind of stuff. Let me read that again for you. Development with Abstraction, much of Abstraction's work had to be redone, which helps explain persistent AI and gameplay issues. Abstraction is absent from the main credits. Scumbags. That's a scumbag thing to do. Only individuals appear in special thanks. Okay, so you had them working on the project for 2 years. You get it? 2 years. And then you turn around, you end their contract before the contract is over, which, by the way, they probably had to pay them out for, because when you make a contract, you cannot break the contract without a financial penalty. I know, because I worked for a giant corporation for 2 decades. I know all this stuff. Yeah, Bobby, you're not wrong. I'm telling you right now, Bobby Moore is coming. He's saying, didn't 343 already get nuked 50% of their studio in 23, including leadership? Yeah, and Moore's coming. You know what I mean? So the thing is, now you have to start over again, right? Now you're going to have issues with the NPCs, with AI, with the engine, whatever, all these other things that they're working on. And you're going to have to start over again. And then it gets delayed again. Then it gets pushed out again. Then it gets moved again. What do you think's been happening with Fable? Fable gets pushed out and then pushed out and then pushed out. Then it gets in. Now it's into 27. Now it's into February 27. And I'm not even sure. I'll tell you this right now. I'm not even sure if Fable's going to still come out anymore. I mean, no, sorry. Hold on. That's not what I meant. Nobody clip that. That's not what I meant.
Yeah!
What I meant to say was I'm not sure that Fable's going to come out on February 23rd anymore. I think they might just push it out another month just to get away from all that shit that's going on in February. Like, they'll be like, we're going to move it to March 7th or something like that. Like, nothing major, but, like, move it out a couple of weeks. And not only just to get out of the way of Lao Fei, the early access for Fable, by the way, happens one day before Lao Fei drops. So Lao Fei drops, and then, as Xbox has been doing with all their first-party games because they're losing money on Game Pass, is that they're doing the 5-day early access if you buy the premium editions so that you pay more, and they're making some of their money back that they're not making because of Game Pass. So because of that, the early access for Fable is one day before Lao Fei. Now, that doesn't really affect Xbox gamers, does it? Because they're not going to be playing Lao Fei, right? Right. However, here's the difference. The difference is the game is going on sale on the PS5. It'd be very hard-pressed to get someone on the PS5 to buy both Lao Fei and Fable, unless they have a preference, whatever. But I'm saying, like, if you're looking at a less discerning customer, they're like, ooh, there's a couple games here, which I'm going to buy. They would be more pressed to buy a Sony first party than they would than a third party game. They'd be like, oh, I'm going to buy this God of War game. They'll probably buy that over that, right? And in such a short period of time, that's going to affect the PS5 sales significantly, which, by the way, Microsoft is secretly hoping does very well, because that's where they're actually making their money, not Game Pass. Ask Asha, don't ask me.
Satya Nadella.
Or talk to him. Talk to Satya. He's the one who's saying the shit. It's not coming from Mag's mouth. People get mad at Mag. That's fine. Get mad at me all you want. But you go talk to your bosses, Asha and Satya. They're saying the exact same thing. And why do you think they're on sale? Why do you think they do these premium editions? Is because they're not making their money back from Game Pass. If there were 60 million Game Pass subscribers, we would not have this conversation, because then it actually would be making profit. However, it's not making profit. So therefore, because there's only 30 million subs, or maybe less, we don't know. You see what I'm getting at? If there were 60 million, there would be no conversation. They would never see a game on the PS5. There would be no more. There would be no Project Latitude. There would be no third-party publishing. They'd be just fine. But that's not the case. That's not the reality. The reality is what it is. So I think that they might push Fable out a couple of weeks. Now, the thing is, getting back to this Halo situation. So you stopped them. You broke their contract, clearly had to pay a financial penalty, and then had to start from scratch or pick up the pieces of what Abstraction was doing. That is insane, guys. And now it doesn't end there. Let me continue. This all came out, by the way, 3 hours before the show. Hintz, you know that guy Hintz, whatever, the head of the studio that people are bitching about. They took him to HR and stuff for whatever allegations and all this shit. Nothing stuck, but still. So this Hintz guy reportedly promoted friends. Yep, that always goes over well. I mean, that happens at every corporation, trust me. Promoted friends into key leadership roles, including the original executive producer and head of production, who were not prepared for the positions. Boy, isn't that weird? People failing upwards in a corporation. Never heard of that before, just because they know people. That's the norm. Sorry, that's just the way it is. Except for me, I actually had to claw and scratch my own way to the top, and everybody hated me. Not everybody hated me. Yeah, Pierre Hintz. Yeah, not everybody hated me, but a lot of people were jealous of me because I did it on my own without friends. I did it all on my own, and they fucking hate it, because I can tell you this about people. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. In this world, you have very few friends. And remember that the majority of people out there, unfortunately, when it comes to work, are one step from stabbing you in the back any chance they can get to step over you. That's the way it is. And when I clawed and fought my way to the top on my own with nobody's help, they hate that shit. You know why they hate it? Because it takes hard work, perseverance, and drive, something that these assholes don't have. So that's why they're perfect for corporations, because corporations are 95% assholes and 5% people who work hard and actually earn their positions. But that's how it goes. Anyways, let's carry on. Right, and they were not prepared for their positions. This contributed to unclear direction, you don't say, shifting priorities, micromanagement, and tension. Wow, isn't that so strange? Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, yeah, people suck at the workplace. They absolutely do, man. They absolutely do. Sinless don't lie. I honestly did, man. I honestly started there. I knew nobody. And I clawed my way to the top job. Yeah, they'd be praying for your downfall, Daniel. You're 100% correct. That's what people do. And another thing, by the way, if you talk shit, let's say, or like you're with a coworker and that coworker is talking shit with you about another employee, 100%, when you're not around, they're doing the same thing about you. Remember that. Remember that. Anyways, let's continue. Those leaders were later demoted, replaced, and the head of production was eventually fired. The multiplayer project Ecker was canceled so its team could be redirected to save Campaign Evolved, which was not going well. In the last 9 months, the team worked under severe crunch, late nights, weekends, constant firefighting and pivots, and managed to deliver a playable, respectable experience. My goodness. And a lot of that came from some pretty heavy Halo insider. That would be Rebs Gaming. Shout out to him. He's always done some good work talking about that stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. So, anyways, that's that situation. So, like, I can tell you this, folks. As long as when this next round of firings happen, and it is happening, it's not like it was a joke. Like, it's not like, oh, well, we might do it or we might not do it. No, they are doing it. I can tell you right now, Halo Studios, they must be right in the they must be right in the crosshairs. They gotta be in the crosshairs. Yeah. Hey, Sean Thompson, how you doing? I am doing well, my friend. Thank you for asking. Neil Gush was in the house. Well, yeah. You see that Neil Gush, he says, he goes, they definitely rushed Halo towards the end. Yeah, of course they did. Well, why do you think? I mean, you just hear what I just said there. That's a report. That's not from me. That's a report. That's coming from two sources, and one of them is a reliable Halo insider. And so I'm like, my goodness. They're in the crosshairs 100%. And when that thing comes down, when that hammer comes down, I think Halo Studios is going to take a big hit. And what they're going to do is they're going to keep a small, tight team, and then they're going to do, as I already mentioned before, what Asha's going to be doing with the entire Xbox division is she's literally turning it into ABK. And what I mean by that is that they're going to work on 5 to 7 franchises, rotate them in 3-year cycles, okay? So you're going to get a big franchise, at least minimum one big franchise every single year out of those 5 or 7 franchises, and have multiple teams that have been shaved down in size, and they're all going to be support studios for those main titles. That's exactly what's going to happen. So Halo Studios is going to get cut in half, I guarantee it, or even worse. And then what's going to happen? Other studios that are still under the umbrella are going to be support studios working on helping getting a Halo out the door. I'm telling you right now. What's up, Cody Lee? How you doing? That's 100% what's going to happen. Yeah, you know what? Yes, you're 100%, dude. By the way, welcome to the chat. There's some new faces in here tonight. I'm really happy to see the new faces. Thank you guys for being here, man. You guys rock. You guys are the cream of the crop. You really are.
But the cream rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome. Sell the IP back to Bungie. Hey, Romeo, how you doing, man? So anyways, yeah, I guarantee the next round of cuts, significant layoffs will probably happen at Halo Studios /343. That's just a guess. But, like, I mean, after everything I've presented to you over the last 46 minutes, how the hell can you not think that this studio is going to get gutted to shit? And when you think about what happened to id Software, who, by the way, I'm still pissed off about. I mean, sorry, man, I have a bone of contention with that situation, man. id Software launches 3 AAA games in 10 years and an almost 90 Metacritic DLC. And they got gutted 76%. What chance does Halo Studios have to survive? Think about that. Okay? Let's just use logic. All right? Just logic. Not fanboy logic, not that bullshit. You know what I mean? I mean real logic. If id Software, let me repeat that. If id Software launched 3 AAA games in 10 years and an 89 or 88 Metacritic DLC and got gutted 76%, what chance does Halo Studios have? Don't worry, I'll answer for you. None. They've got none. Thank you, Literal Table. None. They got no chance. They got no chance. Anyways. That's all I had to say about that. But I thought it was interesting because it was something that came up and I'm like, man, this is crazy. You know? But anyways, again, like I said, it's kind of sucks because you look at it and you're like, you know, I understand Halo game, the game that's out right now is a remake. It's a fantastic remake. I love it. I'm right up there. I also loved Halo Infinite. I was one of those guys I'd be like, this game's awesome. I really enjoyed it. I love the multiplayer. I'll buy it. The multiplayer didn't get good until after a year. I mean, it was good. Like it was a good multiplayer, but there was only like 4 friggin' maps or 3 maps, whatever the hell it was, for an entire year. They didn't back it up, you know? And now the concurrent players in game as of right before the show. Can you imagine this? Listen to this, guys. On Steam, for example, because that's the only metrics we're going to get, really, is Steam, because they keep up their like live whatever. In game right now, right before the show, was 4,288 people in the game.
Yeah!
Brutal. It's dead. It's dead. And the all-time peak was 25,000. Now, that's Steam, but Steam is the largest platform out of all of them. It's larger than PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. So, that's bad. Now, you look at another remake, like, for example, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I know they're 2 different games, but it's still a remake. I'm just putting it up there. That came out the same month. It literally had 4 times the all-time peak that Halo did. And the players right now, 14, 12, 16, 20, it has 5 times the amount of current concurrent players playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And those are both single-player games, right? Because Halo doesn't have a multiplayer. Either does Assassin's Creed, thank God. You know what I mean? So I hated the Assassin's Creed multiplayers. They're so stupid. You know, so something, I'm telling you right now, man, if there's anybody who's going to get the chop, it's 100% going to be them. But anyways, whatever. Let's move on, folks. We got to talk about EA. So we're going to talk about EA. But before we do that, we got Cody Lee coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Let's go, Cody Lee. How you doing, buddy? Cody Lee, I'll answer that question right now, my friend. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat and the support. And thank you guys all for being here, man. You guys rock. He says, you really think they'll push out Elder Scrolls 6 next year? Yes, I really do. Won't that crush the Fallout 3 remake if it releases in the fall? I think that the Fallout 3 remake is just a guess because it was supposed to come out this year. Okay, Cody? It was supposed to come out this year. I think that the Fallout 3 remake launches earlier. Like, I'm thinking somewhere between late May and early July, like somewhere in that window. And Elder Scrolls 6... as a launch title for the Helix. I mean, it'll be multi-plat. Everybody's going to get it. PS5, PS5 Pro, Steam, Windows, Xbox Series consoles, and cloud, and of course, the Helix. It's going to come out to everything. My prediction, and it's only a prediction, I don't have any information on this, but my prediction, I have a gentleman's bet with Colt Eastwood right now, folks, that Elder Scrolls 6 is not day 1 in Game Pass. I think that day 1 Game Pass after Clockwork Revolution is done. You'll have to buy the game. That's what I'm thinking. Very much like Call of Duty and whatever else. But I still think that the game comes out. And the reason why, and I said it last night in the show on XNC with Colt, is that I think Asha's done fucking around. I think she's done fucking around. She's like, listen, guys, no more 9-year development. No more 8-year development costing us $500 million or whatever, $400 million. No more. It cannot happen. She's like, you guys have to get this game out the door, and I'm going to shave down other studios, and they're now your support studios. Exactly what I just said 10 minutes ago. That is Asha's... That's her business plan. I'm telling you right now. The thing is that people mix... I said this before she even started the job. Well, when she started the job. When she was announced for the job, I warned everybody. I said, guys, Don't get too comfy and cozy with this woman, eh? I said it because I'll tell you right now, she's an ice queen. She's gonna come in there and she's gonna do whatever it takes to make the business work at the expense of a lot of things. And one of the things is it's going to be business first, fanboy second. So you got to get that shit out of your head that she's your friend. She's not your friend. She's not their friends. She's not the developers' friends. She's there to make money for Satya Nadella.
Satya Nadella.
Okay? That's who she's there to make money for. Nobody else. That being the case, is she going to be like, oh, what are you working on? Oh, you're working on... Okay, yeah, guess what? You're not working on that shit no more. You're working on Elder Scrolls 6. That's exactly what she's going to do. Now, we're going to have a gentleman's bet with all of you in the chat because I see some of you guys disagree, and that's totally cool. That's what we're all about here, folks. We're allowed to disagree and have healthy conversation about it, and that is awesome. Right? Satanic, how you doing? Yes, Satanic, you're 100% correct. Todd Howard running the show is over. I think that after Elder Scrolls 6 is done, he's out. And it's not because they're going to fire him. It's just because I don't think his brain operates in that way. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't operate in that way. Like he's more of an artiste, so to speak, right? And an artiste does not work on a schedule. You know what I mean? Van Gogh didn't say, like, someone didn't go to Van Gogh or to Beethoven and be like, I need the symphony in 4 days. You know what I mean? And Beethoven would be like, bro, I'll give it to you whenever it's ready. And he goes, by the way, I can't hear you because I'm deaf. You know what I mean? It's just like, but like, you see what I'm getting at? So like that case, he's not going to, okay, his way of running his business is not compatible with the way Asha runs her business. So therefore, there's going to be a difference of not only business practice, but also, you know, the mentality of, like, you know what I mean? Of like how they operate and whatever else and how they approach a title. Because, like, you know, when you get someone like, for example, Here Down Under. How you doing, buddy? Wait, Bounce Tuna. I haven't seen you in a long time. Yeah, he might not retire, but he's not working there. Yeah, Bounce Tuna, you're correct. 1500, how you doing? Dreadhaven, how are you, man? He says, what? If we don't agree in everything, then we need to destroy each other. Yeah, that's how the internet works. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dreadhaven. I mean, go to Twitter. Everybody just, like, wants to kill each other. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't agree with everything I say exactly? You must die. And people do send me death threats, so, like, it, it does happen. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? Noisy, it's not a pride shirt. It says it's not easy being my wife's arm candy. Okay, that's what it says on the shirt. All right, you want to know what's on the shirt? That's what it's. It's not a pride shirt. Anyways, their philosophies are entirely different. Okay, so Asha's philosophy and Todd Howard's philosophies when it comes to building a project entirely different. She's like, it's a product. I guarantee. I'll tell you this right now. Asha's probably like, this is a product. We need it out the door. We need to get it out there. We need to make money, right? That's what I'm thinking. Todd Howard is like, yes, it's a product. However, this is a piece of art. This is my imagination. This is my originality. These are my thoughts. These are my visions. These are something I want to see manifested in front of me so that I can actually interact with it, whatever else, right? So they have different philosophies. She's not from that world. She's from the business world. He's from the artistic world. Yes, I understand he runs a company, but he's still the artist, right? As a result of that, I can see them just be like, not butt heads in a bad way. I could just see them like, listen, man, you know, I'm just going to move on. I'm getting on anyway and whatever. I'll take my giant golden parachute and I'll jump out of Microsoft and I'll go on my merry way, maybe start an indie studio or something, and then do that and then just kind of hand the reins to a younger person and then be like, start a new studio, like a small like indie studio, make some cool shit and then pass it off to someone else and let them flourish. You know what I mean? And then he goes off and retires in a yacht with Gabe Newell and they snort coke and do whatever they are on the yacht and all that kind of jazz. And then that's it. I don't know. That's the way I see it, man. That's the way I see it. So anyways, yes, to answer the longest answer to a question ever, absolutely I think Elder Scrolls 6 comes out at the end of 27 with the launch of the Helix. That's what I'm thinking. Hey, we got Paris in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let's go. Paris is in the house. And speaking of handsome gentlemen, he says I'm a handsome man, but so is Paris. He's a very handsome man. Beautiful voice, too. My wife loves him. She never met him, but she loves him in the picture. She's like, oh, he's so handsome. I'm like, honey, get the fuck out of here. What handsome. I'm handsome. And she's like, he's also a foot taller than you. I'm like, yeah, I noticed, honey. I noticed. When I take pictures with Paris, I'm literally in his armpit. Okay? I know. It's not that she's got anything to say. My wife is like 4'4". You know what I mean? What does she got to say? No, I'm not jealous. I can tell you this, though. Next year in LA, I got to make sure I keep my wife within 15 yards of Paris. I'm going to get like a restraining order. Because otherwise, that's it. She's going to run off with this man. And they're going to go gallivant off to San Diego or wherever the hell he lives. Dancing around. And I'm going to be flying home. Me and Maka in the plane flying home. Oh, my God. Sean Thompson, calm down. I mean, just a foot. Yeah, I'm not that short, for God's sake. Anyways. So, yes, that's what I'm thinking, man. Paris, thank you for being here, buddy. Hobbit lives matter.
Facundo!
Hobbit lives matter. That's me. It comes in pints? From the... Yeah, okay. If you guys get me drunk enough, I'll start singing the Green Dragon song from Return of the King, okay? It's okay. I still have cold. Thank you. Thank you, Bo. Anyways. Yeah, that business strategy is changing. And you know what she did? Wisely. For half a second, I sound like Christopher Walken. Wisely. Asha's business practices are changing. Perhaps for the better. Anyways, what I'm thinking is that she saw how ABK runs. She sees how Call of Duty, they're, one of their most profitable franchises, and says, why aren't we doing that? Right? That's probably what she's looking at. She's like, look at them. They're a well-oiled machine. Maybe the games aren't always the best. Oh, Chava, I'm grabbing a beer. Not yet. It's a little early. They may not all be the best, but they're all financially successful, right? And she's probably looking at their development cycle and goes, guys, that's it. What the hell are you guys doing? Just do what they're doing. They got multiple studios working on a three-year development cycle, and that's how they get out the games faster, by having multiple studios work on the game instead of just one studio working on a game for 8 fucking years, right? They're like, get them all on there. And so she probably looked at all the studios that they had, said, okay, shave this, shave this, shave this, shave this. Move these 4 over here to this title. Elder Scrolls, these 3 studios with Bethesda going to work on that. You know what I mean? And on and on and on. And that's what's going to happen. And that's going to continue happening. She's going to turn Minecraft into Roblox. Also smart. You can't say, listen, man, you can't say they're not good. They're good ideas. I'm not on board with everything that they're doing. But in a business point of view, ignoring the gamer, me, I almost said my real name. Mag the Gamer. Okay, ignore Mag the Gamer. Now we're putting on the Mag the business guy who's never touched a console in his life. We're gonna pretend I'm that guy right now, okay? Putting on my Destro shield on my face, okay? I'm now Mag the business guy, and I don't know anything about video games. If I were looking at it from that point of view, I would say that's actually a smart move. That's what I would do. LFL, the weekend is going well, my friend. Oh, no, it did go well. Sorry, the weekend. It feels like the weekend for some reason. It's so beautiful out. So that's exactly what it is. Well, what she's going to do, Matt Rush, is she's going to turn Minecraft into Roblox, right? She's going to open it up to creators and then have them create mini games within the world of Minecraft, which is incredibly smart. I mean, you look at that. I know, Noisy Mofo, I know you know my real name. Mac isn't my real name. Well, I do have it tattooed right across my whole arm here, so I mean, technically, it's kind of is my real name. And I mean, what's funny? When people call my real name, and actually some people in LA did call me by my real name, I didn't answer. You know how funny that is? Hey, Gorilla, like people were literally 5 feet away from me calling my name, and I looked over, when they said Meg. Oh my God. No street, that's not me. Anyways, God damn it, you guys. Everybody's a stand-up comedian in the chat, eh? Everybody's got to be hilarious, eh? Everybody's got something to say. You guys are all funny. How the fuck am I funny? You know what I mean?
Your fucking words don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
Yeah, funny. Everybody's hilarious. Anyways. Okay, let's talk about EA, guys. So EA was acquired today. Okay, so that's the story. They were acquired today for the second, by the way, the second biggest video game acquisition in history. Obviously, number one is probably the most famous and probably will go down as the most famous acquisition in history, which is obviously the ABK and Xbox. Magnum, knock it off. I should legally change my name to Mag. You know, like how Nikki Sixx did that for Motley Crue? I'm going to do that too. I'm just going to change it to Mag. Nobody calls me by my real name anyway. I mean, my wife doesn't even call me by my real name. She usually calls me asshole. I mean, that's usually how that goes. But, you know. Anyways, so the EA sale went down today, $55 billion. Now, it was actually purchased by a conglomerate, not just one. However, the way it was divided was obviously a majority went to Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund. Okay, so the EA sales, it's a collective. However, they own 90% of EA, if not higher. I'm going to see if I can find the exact figure, but I know it was over 90%. Now, all right, so we got the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, the PIF, that's what they're called. They have the majority hold. Now, they're now a private company, so no more stock and no more anything. They could do whatever they want now. They can do whatever the hell they want now. So they can fire everybody. They could do. There's still like union rules, or whatever. Like for some of the, there's some of that has to go on. But now that they're private, they can just change anything they want. Yeah. So it's the Saudis, Sean Thompson. They got 90% of it. Now they're also partnered with Silver Lake Partners and Affinity Partners. Now, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where a lot of the this is where the politics get in. And everybody was like freaking out, right? So a lot of people are freaking out because you know how you guys know how it goes, man. Like I don't have to bring it up. Like everybody brings up politics one way or another. Affinity Partners is a private equity firm that is actually owned by. That is correct.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Okay, so the President of the United States, Donald Trump, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who owns Affinity Partners, that's the private equity firm, is now a minority owner of EA because Saudi Arabia is the majority owner. Okay, so yes, so you've got them. Now, I've got some quotes here. This is from Donald Trump's President Trump's Jared Kushner's son-in-law had some statements. That I'll read out the different I'll read out some of the different statements from the different new partners of EA. And Jared Kushner says, EA has created stories, characters, and communities that have become part of everyday life for hundreds of millions of people. We're excited to support the company as it continues to reach new audiences, inspire the next generation of creators, and expand the ways people around the world connect through play. Having been a minority investor in the company for more than 5 years, which is interesting, I did not know that, we have a deep understanding of EA's unique platform, massive global sports and gaming franchises, and iconic IP. That is that is a new quote, and that is by Turki Al-Nawazir, the deputy governor and head of international investments at PIF. That is, of course, the Saudi group. I'll read that one again because I kind of messed that up. He says, having been a minority investor in the company for more than 5 years, we have a deep understanding of EA's unique platform, massive global sports and gaming franchises, and iconic IP. So there's that. So now on top of that, he did say this: entertainment and sports are key areas of a strategic focus for PIF. And are among the fastest growing and evolving sectors around the world. Together, the consortium is, massive. Oops, I lost it. Oh, here it is. Sorry, my bad. I lost my spot. The consortium is uniquely positioned to be a long-term partner of EA's management team in driving sustained growth and innovation for EA and the industry. Now, the interesting thing is, by the way, just so if anybody wants to, EA will make a cricket game. Well, they already have a cricket game, don't they? What's up, Gabe? How you doing? Well, yeah, I'm going to bring that up. Gabe, in a moment. about the BioWare situation, because there's a lot of drama around this, because it's, even if it's like, the funny thing is that I laugh about this stuff because I'm not involved really directly. I mean, I'm sort of am, but like not really. But like, even if there's like a 7th degree of separation between Donald Trump and something, people lose their fucking minds. And I'm just like, man, just can't you guys like just do something? Like, you can love him or hate him. I don't care about any of that stuff. But I mean, my God, like even in the video game, they're like, ah! And I'm like, you guys should be more worried about the Saudis. Not Donald Trump's son-in-law, because there's a lot of stuff. We're going to get into it, and it's going to get a little spicy here, folks. But you know what? Mag does not back off from controversial subjects, and we're going to talk about that tonight. And I don't give a shit, because that's what I do here. So anyways, let's get back into it. This is also from Silver Lake, the other minority partner, the CEO and managing partner, Egon. Oh my God, the guy's name is Egon, like from Ghostbusters. Egon Durban. He says EA's franchises are some of the most beloved in entertainment, combining exceptional creative talent with a relentless focus on players. As long-term investors in technology, we admire how EA's innovation fuels imagination. By the way, this is all just corporate bullshit, but I'm still reading it anyway. Imagination and human connection. We're proud to join with PIF and affinity partners to invest heavily in EA's growth, including what including what AI can do to enhance game development and player experience, and excited to partner with Andrew and the EA team as they raise the bar for fans everywhere. Okay, so there it is. Yeah, I eat controversy for breakfast, Ben Angelo. Fuck that. I'm not scared of nothing. I know. See, that's the thing, Gabe. It's like, he says, agreed. It's like, it's always politics. It's always politics. It's like, who cares? Like, I mean, I understand if it affects you directly, but like, my God, we're talking about video games here, you know, and then people just lose their minds. Like, God damn it. Just relax, man. Everybody just calm down. So anyways, we're gonna talk about some of this stuff. By the way, I'd like to point out I'm Canadian, so. Hey, Gabe has joined the channel. There you go, Gabe. Thank you so much for being a magnificent maggot. And as you are now a magnificent maggot, I gotta send this out there.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, Gabe. Welcome to hell, buddy. You can't get out, just so you know. You should have read the small print. What's up, Oates? How you doing? No Buffalo slander, dude. Buffalo. I love Buffalo. Buffalo's my place, man. I'm a Bills Mafia for life, buddy. I'm Bills Mafia for life. So here's the thing. So now that all went down, and everybody's like, okay, whatever. So now the stuff is starting to get wild. Jay Silver's in the house. Now the shit's starting to get wild. And what I mean by that is that as soon as the news kind of came in, everybody's like, all right. And this is like literally like 3 hours or 4 hours ago, whatever, right? So the thing is, as the news started to settle in, then all the politics crap started coming out. Oh, it's Trump's son-in-law, and he's going to ruin gaming and this and that. I'm like, oh my God. It's like, okay. The guy was already invested in the company, but whatever. Okay, whatever. The other thing is people are worried. They're like, okay, well, what is this now? This is what's going to get controversial, okay? Let's just get this out of the way now. We're going to talk about how, like, now there's people, especially in the gaming industry, as we know, a lot of developers out there. You got a lot of LGBTQ people out there. You got a lot of, like, trans rights and all that kind of stuff and everything else. And, hey, great, man. Go for it. Do whatever. You know, I'm all for everybody. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't get involved in any of that stuff. However, they're all afraid now because when you look at some of the countries that the PIF come from, like the Saudi Arabian countries, there is zero tolerance for LGBTQ and trans and all that kind of stuff and any kind of activism whatsoever, right? Zero. But now that they're 90% owners, it's no longer like we own 5%. Like, for example, like if you look at like Tencent, like Tencent being, obviously Chinese, and they're also they're also in cahoots with the Chinese government. They only own small portions of like Ubisoft and this company and that company and a little bit of that company, a little bit. You know how they roll, right? However, being such minority stakeholders or whatever in the company, they're there to siphon money out of it, basically, right? But while they're doing all of that, they keep their politics out of it because they only own 1% or 2% or 3%. They can't really do anything. So what people's concerns are, not mine, I don't care. But I'm saying what people's concerns are, and these are the ones that have shown up in chats and I've shown up on Twitter and all that kind of shit. I've been seeing it, and on YouTube now, is that now they're concerned going, well, they own 90%, which means they have all the say, pretty much. right? And as that goes on, you see what I'm getting at? So now they're like, are they going to start cutting all that stuff? Like, no more of this in there, no more of that in there, no more of this in games, no more of that in games. Like, are they going to start basically putting out their demands saying, no, we're doing this and that, whatever. But the thing is, I'm not sure which way it's going to go. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. Nice to see you too, Biddy Boo. How you doing, Fuzzy Tomato? Both you guys out there. See, the reason why I'm not sure is because you're not buying EA and then solely selling that product in Saudi Arabia. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just own it, but they're still, their majority purchasers of their products are still in the Western Hemisphere, right? So I don't think that it's as drastic as some people are making it sound. Like, there's a bunch of people out there going, oh, they're all going to fire us because we're whatever. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that they're going to fire people if they're not producing product in a timely fashion. That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I'm thinking. So I don't think, like, this is just me. I know Gaz was making some jokes about it on Twitter and stuff. That was kind of, it's kind of funny. And I saw some of those posts. But what I think is going to happen is I don't think they're going to rock the boat too much in that respect. I think that they're more interested in getting the product out consistently on an annual basis, especially with the sports games and all that shit. They're going to start annualizing, which I'm against, by the way. I think they're going to start annualizing Battlefield, which really sucks because I think Battlefield is the kind of game that I think it has a more special feeling when it comes out once every 3 or 4 years, or even whatever, even 5 years. I mean, it usually doesn't take that long. So I don't think they're going to rock the boat too much in that respect. I think they're going to look at it from a financial point of view, very much like Asha, and just say, listen, you guys aren't producing. So the one thing that people are concerned about, they're like, oh shit, what's going to happen to BioWare? Right? So they're going to look at that because BioWare, I mean, their last Dragon Age game not only sucked, but it also tanked. I played it. It was awful. I mean, I got it for free on PS Plus. That should show you how bad the game was. It was put on PS Plus within a year. So my guess is their first order of business is going to be who's producing, who's not producing. Clearly the NHLs, the Maddens, the FIFA, I don't give a shit what you call it now, FC, whatever. It's FIFA forever, okay? That's the way it goes. FIFA, just like Halo Studios. Halo Studios is 343 until Asha shuts it down, all right? I'm not changing the name for nobody. So anyways, back to that. Your FIFAs, your Maddens, your NHLs, your crickets, whatever, like the sports games, they're all going to continue to come out in the annual fashion. They're not going to mess with that at all. Okay, they're not going to mess with that at all. They're going to look at, because those are big money makers, right? We all know that. I mean, they're just like, sausage factory of like of sports games. They're just going to crank them out the door. 6 Hybrid, what's this? He says Apex Legends devs are actively destroying the game with bad updates before they get fired. Well, see, that, like, I mean, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. But at the same time, it's like, what are you doing? Apex Legends makes all kinds of money. But I'll tell you one thing they better do. I don't give a shit about anything else. The Saudis and Trump's son-in-law, your first order business, I want a Titanfall 3 or y'all can go to hell. I want a Titanfall 3 before anything else. You know what I'm saying? Enough with this shit. Like, give me Titanfall 3 already. What's the problem?
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
You know what I mean? Get it out the door. That's what I want to see. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, college football. I forgot about that one, Gorilla. Thank you. Okay. So the annualized games are going to stay as is. They're not going to touch those companies, those development teams at all. They're going to be like, yeah, guys, just keep doing your shit. Do it good. Make us tons of money. That's all we care about. Leave it alone. They're going to start eyeballing the BioWares that have been shit in the bed for the last 10 years. They're going to look at that. Okay? Respawn will be fine. Because they got a Jedi 3 coming. That's going to do well. Yeah, Dante's Inferno 2. Let's go. That's what I want to see. Dante's Inferno 2. Jardel, preach bag, say a lot for the people in the back. Yeah, I want to. Titanfall 3 and Dante's Inferno 2. I want those games day one. Anyways, we're getting a Jedi 3 from Respawn. They're still working with Apex Legends, okay? You know what they're going to do? They're not going to shut down Apex Legends. If there's going to be any pain in the asses there, like Six Hybrid was saying there, he says the devs are actively destroying the game with bad updates. They'll just fire those people because now you got nowhere to run. This is a private company. They could do whatever they want now. I mean, within reason, obviously, within labor, all that kind of stuff. Within the parameters of of the legal labor laws, but everybody else. Get the fuck out of here.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
You know what I mean? They're out. Fear Cry, a new Uncharted game. So yeah, a Jedi 3 is coming from them. If there's going to be any pain in the asses over with working on the Apex Legends game, they're going to be like, listen, y'all got a problem? You know, like Ice Cube at the swap meet. In Boys in the Hood, they're just gonna walk up, lift the shit up. We got a problem here. We got a problem here. They're gonna show him his piece that's tucked in his pants, and then they're either gonna conform. They'll be like, "No, sir, no problem." They'll be like, "All right, that's what I thought," or you're out the door. So BioWare, 100% in the crosshairs. 100% in the crosshairs. That's exactly what's gonna happen. And then they're gonna start looking. You know what they're gonna do? I can guarantee you this. Now that they made the acquisition, I guarantee. Not guarantee. I shouldn't say that. That's not fair. I would guess that sooner rather than later, now that the new company is going to be looking for some goodwill from the public, because people are going to be like, oh my God, the Saudis have bought the EA and it's a Western company being, majority purchased by the Saudis and this and that. There's a stigma around that, with a lot of people and all that jazz, right? Not me. I don't really care. But a lot of people have a stigma about that whole thing, right? They're going to look at that and be like, oh, so you know what they're going to do for goodwill? I'm telling you right now, folks. Here's my guess. And you know what? You guys can hold me to this. If I'm totally wrong, then whatever. You can crucify me for it. You can crucify me. It's fine. But either way, if I'm right, I think that as a sign of goodwill with this new acquisition, I think that by the time we get to the Game Awards in December, we're going to start getting announcements for new games like Titanfall 3, a new Battlefield, shit like that. And it might not be it just be like a little teaser, something like that. Or it'll be like Apex Legends reforged or some shit. I don't know. You know what I mean? Manhunt is owned by, unfortunately, guys, Rockstar. That is a Rockstar game. So that's owned by Take-Two Interactive, not EA. And I don't think that Rockstar is ever going to go back to Manhunt because, Commando, because, well, let's face it, people are too soft these days, man. They're too soft. They're not tough. They don't have the testicular fortitude to play a game like Manhunt these days. A new Battlefield is coming. It's called War Dogs. Oh shit! I did not know that. Okay, here I am thinking I was all clever. I clearly am not. Yeah, anyway, that's what I would expect. I think that as an act of goodwill, that people be like, they'll forget, they don't give a shit. They might have concerns about the new ownership, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, by the way, Titanfall 3. Everybody will be like, oh, fuck, I don't care who owns it. Just give me Titanfall 3. You got to remember something, folks. The crowd is fickle. They don't give a shit about this stuff. And that's why, for example, when Sony says something bad, then they're like, well, here's something good. And then they're like, everybody forgets the bad when they look at the good. It's the jingling car keys. Xbox are masters of this. They've been doing that for like 10 years. And the minute they say something good or whatever, I'm like, guess what? The rake's coming, boys. And then the rake literally follows right behind it. And then they do another good news story. It's like that episode of The Simpsons where the Treehouse of Horror episode where he goes and gets the Frogurt with the old Chinese guy. The Chinese, he goes, ooh, what's this? It's Frogurt. And he's like, the Frogurt is cursed. Homer's like, ooh, that's bad. And he's like, but it comes with a free choice of toppings. That's good. But the toppings are cursed. Ooh, that's bad. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But it comes with any size you want for the same price. That's good. That's how these companies operate. It's literally that scene from The Simpsons. Y'all remember that scene? Ooh, that's bad. That's exactly it. That's good. So, like, all of a sudden, it's the same situation here. Like, oh, the Saudis bought EA. Ooh, that's bad. But we're coming with Titanfall 3. That's good. That's how people are. They're so simple. They're very simple. And they don't give a shit because at the end of the day, as long as they get their product, they don't care. And, you know, that actually goes back, never mind the EA thing, that goes back right to the Xbox thing. Like when Asha says, fuck your games. 5 to 7 of the biggest titles. What are the biggest titles you got? 5 to 7 of your biggest titles. And so they list them all out and they're like, we're making that. So people are like, oh, we're going to get bored of like Fallout 4, Fallout 5, 6, 7, and 8. No, they won't. No, they won't. People won't care. Or Gears 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They don't care. Halo 14, The Revenge. They don't care. They'll go out and play it if it's good. That's all they give a shit about. Thank you, Daniel. He says your Homer impression is shockingly good. Hey, Silverwolf, how you doing? Hey, Legendary. Yeah, I know. I would take another bully game, but again, that's Rockstar. So yeah, so like anyway, at the end of the day, hey, Sofa King, you never hear in these chats. You're always on Twitter. I never see you in the chats. Well, here you are tonight. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all, man. You guys all rock. All of you guys. You guys all rock, man. Every last one of you. Yeah, so it's awesome. Relax, Chris Farley. Anyways, people don't care. They just want the games. And if they're good, and look, Call of Duty's your prime example. 20 Call of Duties in 20 years. Has it slowed down? CC trying to go speak like Homer from now on. I do a lot of voices. I can't do the South Park voices, man, because they're so ridiculous. So anyways, yeah, I could do Krusty the Clown, but I could do that after a couple of drinks. I'll do Krusty the Clown later. Krusty the Clown later. Hey, B Macalaps, it's been a minute. Yeah, how you doing, man? I'm glad you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Anyways, yeah, people don't give a shit. 20 Call of Duties in 20 years. Does anybody care? No. Has it slowed down? No. It's making billions of dollars. So she's looking at the same thing. EA's going to look at the same thing. They're going to do that now. I mean, besides the annualized sports games, of course. They're going to start looking at that too. They're like, start cranking out Battlefields and Titanfalls. Fuck it. Go, 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 go. Right? More Jedi Survivor games. Go, 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 go. Big money makers. Let's go. You know what I mean? $55 billion don't pay for itself. Xbox found out all about that, didn't they? With ABK. These guys are going to do the same shit. Even though, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but the PIF, the Saudi group, do you know what the guy's net worth is who actually runs the joint? $900 billion. Go fuck yourself. How much money do you need? I need $1 million and I'm good for the rest of my life. This fucking guy's got $900 billion in assets. These fucking people make me sick, man. They really do. They really do. They make me sick. Yeah, exactly. Mass Effect remakes, do those. Make Mass Effect 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want it to be like Disney. You know what? You remember what Deadpool said to Wolverine? He goes, you're going to be playing that fucking role till you're 90. I want Commander Shepard back. And I want him for 20 sequels. That's what I would say. They forget it. And you know what the thing is? People won't give a shit. I want to see Commander Shepard until I'm dead. And you know why? Because if the games are good, nobody cares. The crowd is fickle, brother. Maximus. Maximus. The crowd is fickle. Only you can save the glory of Rome. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Anyways, enough of the EA bullshit. That's basically all I got there. That's all I got there. I mean, what else are we going to say? We're going to have to wait for more developments as time goes on because that's going to be the kind of thing that we're going to get, you know. But either way, that's all we were going to really say about that. However, we covered pretty much everything. Now, the other thing I wanted to cover very quickly, it's really not much to say there. It's not going to help them in the fall. I mean, I know Sony raised their prices in the spring for the hardware. That sucked massively. Xbox's prices went up since we last talked, folks, because the last time I did MAGGCAST was one day before August. The next day was August 1st. And so the prices went up on the consoles. We all know how, 50 points to Gryffindor. Hey, Snippy, how you doing? Yeah. So that's the thing. Spare eyebrows. Did I even say hi to you yet? I'm not going to say what you said in the chat, but that was funny. Anyways. the price hikes. Not going to help them out in the fall. I mean, that's a terrible. It's so bad for timing, and I know why, because they're like, listen, if you don't raise them before the big games come out, good luck trying to sell even a single console if like you raise them January 1st when there's like no games coming out, right? So like they got to do it before the big games. Like you got Gears of War, you got Call of Duty, you got Grand Theft Auto 6. That's your only shot to at least sell something at the price hikes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's your only shot. So, I mean, doing it now, I mean, that's your best option. I mean, what are you going to do? Now, on top of that, we talked about that last night. What Colt was talking about when he was saying that what they're doing is they're essentially moving it to market value based on the current prices of RAM and stuff like that. And the reason why is so that when they launch the next gen consoles and it's within $100 of the current prices, people won't freak out. Because if the consoles were $399 and $499 right now, and you come out with $1,000 Helix, that is such a sticker shock that you would literally tank the entire division. No one would buy that, right? But because you're charging between $600 and $1,000, well, $600 and like $800 now for the Xbox consoles, the Series consoles, right? I think it's $800 like for the Series X, right? And so you charging those prices now, and if they decide to charge, let's say $900 or $1,000, it's not that far off from the current market prices of what they have for the components they have for the consoles. Now, when those consoles were made, they were probably made for much cheaper, but they're trying to mark it up to current market prices for those components. So again, the sticker shock isn't so shocking, I guess, for that. Sony, same deal. Right? So that when a PS6 comes out at $800 or $900, whatever it decides to come out at, I don't think it'll be that high. I think $799. I could see it at $799. Maybe, who the hell knows? We're going to have to wait till next year. We can guess until we're blue in the face, but at least for now, that's what we're going to see. So anyways, that being the case, like I said, in a way, they're mentally conditioning people as well as conditioning the market for the current component prices, and they're conditioning the customer to see that price so that next year when it drops, it is what it is. But as it stands right now, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Like, do you guys think that, like, see, I had originally predicted last year, I predicted that, at least on the PlayStation side, I said Sony's going to sell 25 million consoles in the second half of 2026 by itself, just because of Wolverine, Call of Duty being current gen only, not PS4 or Xbox One, and Grand Theft Auto 6. And then they decided to do the price hike. So that's where I was like, so when I was predicting that, I was predicting that without any knowledge of them jacking the prices to what they did now, making them unaffordable for a lot of people. So I'm like, well, there goes that theory out the window. So that kind of screwed me over in that respect. So I'm like, all right, well, whatever. It is what it is. So now I'm thinking, like, when you're looking at the Xbox, was already having an abysmal generation for hardware sales. I'm looking at that and I'm going, Jesus Christ, they raised the price now, but you got those big games coming out. What are people going to do? You know. And then you're going to get people who are going to be like, listen, they're going to start going for other avenues, cloud streaming, which is not quite where it needs to be right now. We've already talked about that, where Xbox is doing that, and then they may have ad tiers for cloud streaming later in the future. That's going to be that you could also utilize that, where you're going to be able to play current-gen console games on Xbox Ones, believe it or not, which is actually quite fascinating. And I think that's a great idea, because they clearly know that the crowd ain't coming to them, so you got to bring it to them. You got to bring in the crowd. You got to bring it to the crowd. Sorry, the crowd isn't coming to you, so you got to bring it to the crowd, because they're not going to be able to afford. People can't even afford series consoles. You think they're going to buy a Helix? Not a chance. The Helix is going to be it's going to sell a couple of million to the extreme hardcore, and that's it. Because I know a lot of hardcore Xbox guys out there now, they're saying, I can't afford a fucking Helix. Even if it's $700, I can't afford that. Right? And they're hardcore gamers. And they're just like, I'll just keep my Series console, which is fine, because Series consoles will be supported well into the 2030s. And that's a smart business move on Xbox's part. Sony's going to do the same. PS5 and PS5 Pro will be supported well into the 2030s. And then from there, if you still can't afford the current hardware, which will be a PS6 and a Helix, then guess what? Then your consoles are going to be basically a stream box. And you'll be able to play PS6 games on your PS5. And you'll be able to play Helix games on your Series consoles. Beyond that. And that's what they're doing now. Like Matthew Ball was talking about that with the Xbox One. He says you'll be able to play Series consoles games on your Xbox One in the future with cloud. And your Xbox One will now be a cloud streaming box. And they will still make their money off the service. This is all smart business because they know people can't afford the shit. And you also can't afford to lose customers because people want to be in the hobby, but they want an accessible, affordable option. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Exactly, 6 Hybrid is 2027 Christmas. Mom, I need a new $1,000 PS6 to play Roblox with path tracing. Exactly, dude. That's the greatest, one of the best comments in the chat tonight. 6 Hybrid. There you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's madness. Right? They know it. So, like, my kids, they ain't getting no PS6. You fucking kidding me? I live in a house full of ponies, folks.
Ponies
I mean,
and ponies and ponies.
I had to play the song once. My whole house, it's a stable full of ponies, right? Everybody's got a PS5 in this house. I'm the only one who has Xbox. I have 2 Xboxes right now, a Series X and a Series S. And then, I guess it's November. First week of November, I'm getting my X25 console. That's coming. So I'll have 3 Xboxes. I'm the only one who has them. You think my kids are getting PS6s day one? Are you out of your fucking mind? They ain't even getting a day. They're not even getting it day 600. They're not even getting day 700. Guess what they're getting? Nothing. They're going to get the PS5 and they're going to keep playing on that shit. That's it, because those consoles will be supported into the 2030s. And by that time, my son will be old enough to have a job. He's 14 now. Couple more years, right? He'll be able to have a part-time job when he's in high school and shit like that. He can make a couple extra. He can make some scratch on the side. He can buy himself a PS6. My daughter, unfortunately, she's going to have to wait. Maggie got the whole stable. You know what I mean? And that's that. They ain't getting no PS6. I'm getting a PS6 day one for me. I'll do an unboxing here on the channel. We'll be streaming the games on here, whatever. I'm getting well, I have a threshold for the Helix because of the exchange rate and, of course, the the abhorrent taxes I pay here in Canada. Like, for example, someone last night on XNC, they're like, "Oh, my threshold is $1,200 for a Helix," and I'm like, "I'm not buying a fucking Helix for $1,200. Fuck that." Do you know what that works out in Canada? For me, especially in Ontario, it works out to $1,900. That's almost $2,000 for an Xbox. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you out of your mind?
Asha Sharma wins. Fatality.
Not a chance would I buy a $2,000 Xbox. I don't give a fuck if they delivered it to, if Asha Sharma delivered it to my door, but I still have to pay for it. No. So I told him 900 is my limit. 900 US is my limit. Even $1,000 for me. I'll show you right now. 1,000 USD to Canadian is fucking $1,400 Canadian. Hold on, plus tax. Hold on. Plus that is $1,600. I'm not paying $1,600 for an Xbox. 900 US maximum. That's $1,300 for me. I am not paying more than that. That's crazy, right? So you see that, like that kind of situation, and I'm like a YouTuber, for God's sake, and I'm like, no, I don't give a shit. I will not buy out of principle, even if I have the money. For like out of principle, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be spending $1,600 on a box. Not a chance. If I were to spend any of that kind of money, I would put it towards a PC that's actually going to be utilized for my YouTube channel, not just for gaming once in a while. Right? Because you guys remember, I game share with my wife, who also is a pony. Okay? So I game share with her. So all my third-party games I buy on PlayStation because she likes to play them, right? She games 7 days a week. Right? So that being the case, I buy all my third-party on PlayStation because I game share with her. That's called financial prudency. And then on Xbox, the only games I'm playing on Xbox are the Xbox games. Right? That she doesn't like, like Gears of War, I play on Xbox. Halo, I played on Xbox. Forza Horizon, I play on Xbox. Isn't that funny that none of them are, well, except for Halo, but the other ones were Xbox only and basically kind of forces you to go over to their ecosystem. Funny how exclusives work, isn't it? So, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to spend $1,600 to $2,000 to play games that I'm not going to be game sharing with my wife. That makes no sense. It's wild, man. So imagine me in this position saying no, I'm drawing a line. Now imagine someone who does this casually, like, I don't know, like they get together once a week or twice a week with their buddies and they play NHL in the garage. You know what I mean? With like a little TV in the corner and they're just drinking beers and playing hockey or playing Madden or college football with their buddies, and they don't take it as seriously as we do. Do you think that they're going to spend $1,000 or in Canada $2,000 or $1,600 for a box to play Madden or NHL in their garage with their buddies? You know, popping beers and shit? Never. Hey, Gamer Boy, what's up? This is your first time watching live. Let's go. Say hi to Gamer Boy, ladies and gentlemen. It's his first time live. There you go, buddy.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There you go. Thanks for being here, Gamer Boy. I appreciate you being here. Beast Mode, thanks. Yeah, he asked me to play the Yasha Sharma Mortal Kombat thing, so I had to do it. I also got another one, but no one's pissed me off in the chat, which is great because you guys are all awesome. But I have 2 sound bites. This is actually really funny. I have 2 sound bites that are pretty funny in case someone tries to fuck with me in the chat, and it's the troll one. This one.
Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon!
I got that one. And then I got this one in case I absolutely have to destroy somebody in the chat, and then I walk away from it. But the problem is nobody really comes after me, so which is quite nice. Actually, there was one asshole. I banned him last week, yeah. Besides him, yeah. And that guy was always a problem. He would show up like once a month and just be a complete asshole. And then eventually I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm doing like the Captain Kirk from Star Trek 3 with the Klingon on the edge of the cliff, and he just kicks him off. He's like, I have had enough of you, and then kicks him off the cliff, and that's what I did to that dude. So I had this one. Set up.
Mag wins. Fanboy fatality.
What do you think of that one? That's a good one. And we got Glitzer coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Let's go, Glitzer! Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Glitzer says, I think all digital has the aim of balancing out the money lost when next-gen consoles only sell to hardcore gamers. Yes. Absolutely correct. I'll read that again. I think all digital has the aim of balancing out the money lost when next-gen consoles only sell to hardcore gamers. That's exactly it, because they're not going to sell as many consoles as they did before, as people simply do not have the money, and they're going to hang on to the hardware they currently have. Right? That's exactly what's going to happen. I'm telling you right now, when next-gen starts, there's going to be tens of millions of gamers like this. They're going to be hugging their Xboxes and their PS5s like this because they simply cannot afford the next-gen hardware. And it sucks. But that's what's going to happen. So, Glinzer, you're 100% correct. Thank you for that, by the way. Appreciate you, buddy. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what it's going to be, because they're not going to be selling as much hardware. And you could thank all the corporations for that shit, by the way. You could thank all those corporations. None of them are your friends. I told you guys 100 times. Don't trust these people. They're making you pay the price. While they're making trillions of dollars investing in AI, they're making you, the average person who goes out, gets up every morning, works their ass off to pay their bills for their family, put food on their table, and just try to get by with paying your mortgage and your car payments and your this and that and the other. And they're doing this to you while they're making trillions of dollars and leaving everybody with nothing. So let me tell you something. If there was ever a global catastrophe where the world had to come together and take care of each other, guess what? They're going to fuck every last one of you just to take care of themselves and leave everybody to die. That is exactly what they're doing now in the tech world. And if there was ever a problem with like fresh water or food supply or anything like that, we're all starving. And they're going to save their own asses. And like I said, they're doing it to us right now with cell phones, consoles, PCs, TVs. Everything that has RAM or a microchip in it is getting screwed because of these pricks making trillions of dollars and leaving us with nothing. Not leaving us with nothing. They're giving us the option to spend triple the price for the fucking thing or double the price for it. That's what they're doing. But the thing is, people got to wise up. You know what I mean? And that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you, next gen is going to be like, if they push too far, there's only so much you could buy. You know what I'm saying? So we got to wait for these prices to see what's exactly going to happen. But I got to tell you, man, it's going to be a problem. So, yes, Glinzer's 100% correct. They're going to have to go all digital on this to save money because they know people ain't buying that hardware. You know what I mean? Talos Ray's in the house. Pundo! How are you? Hey, Z Birdman, how you doing? You had an after hours call after work? Hey, it's okay. You're here now, buddy. I'm glad to see you here. Oh, that's true. Six Hybrid's got a good point. He says people are forgetting about the ticking time bomb of the liquid metal. That's what happened to my Xbox One X, by the way. My Xbox One X got literally bricked, and they didn't replace it or fix it. There's nothing they could do about it. He goes, this will force people to replace or likely upgrade when it eventually fails. Yeah, that's true. That is also true. Well, you know, hold on, Six Hybrid. I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I'll tell you why. I'm going to push back on that a little bit because there's going to be a cloud option. And the cloud is going to keep getting... I know we've been saying the cloud for like 13 friggin' years. But like, you know, the cloud is getting slowly better and better and better. And streaming is getting better and whatever else. People are going to move to that. So when they're forced to upgrade, they'll find another way. So they'll go off and they'll do the stream. They'll do the cloud streaming thing. I'm telling you, that's exactly what's going to happen. But we'll see. Exactly. They listen to only one thing, Z-Birdman. Their wallets. They don't care about you. They don't care about nothing. But the thing is, they're going to have to listen when people don't buy their hardware. Right? And when you got PlayStation 6 is not selling and Helix is not selling because people are just playing on their PS5s and their series consoles, you know what I mean? Or their existing PCs and Switch 2s, they're going to be like, nah, fuck it, bro, I'm good, man. Just keep making games. And you know, the thing is, though, when I think about it, I know it's going to sound whatever. I play a lot of third-party games on my PS5 Pro, right? As you guys know. I don't game on my PC. My PC is only for YouTube. Okay, I need a high-powered PC for YouTube, but I don't want to fuck with it and start putting games on there and having problems. I don't want anything to interfere with YouTube. Okay, this PC is just for this channel. I got my Xboxes over there. Got my PS5 Pro in that corner over there, right? My Switch is God knows where the kids have it. My Switch 2. When I'm playing games on my PS5 Pro with the ray tracing and the this and the that and the 60 FPS and the beautiful graphics and the blah, 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 I look at these games and I'm like, I don't actually need anything better than that. I know that sounds kind of weird because, I mean, you know, when I was in 1996 and I played Resident Evil 1 on the PS1, I'm like, oh, this is the greatest graphics I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit. It's never going to get better than this. But, I mean, obviously it did. But, like, you look at it now and you look at some of these games and they're so photorealistic and they're so beautiful. All you have to do is just continue to optimize the performance and it's fucking fine. I could play games like this for another 10 years. Resident Evil Requiem, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. You know what I mean? Halo Campaign Evolved, beautiful game. Forza Horizon 6. Sony first-party games, whatever. Like, all these games that I'm playing on my PS5 Pro, they're fantastic. I mean, mind you, Forza Horizon 6, I didn't play on PS5. I was playing that on Xbox, but it looked incredible on my Series X, right? So all you have to do is continue to optimize the performance. The graphics don't really need to get that much better. Just make it smoother, more realistic, make it a little better. Like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, I could continue playing games that look like that for, like, literally the next 10 years and be totally fine with it. So just keep making that shit. You don't have to keep pushing the envelope like, oh, well, you know, you can knock over every fruit in the fucking... Who cares? Who cares? I don't need to knock over every grapefruit in the stand when I'm playing Uncharted 5 or whatever. I don't care about that shit. Make it gorgeous. Black Flag, Ubisoft, the kings of making some of the most beautiful games on the market. Listen, their management sucks. But, like, their games are gorgeous. Make games like that. Sony first-party games, always incredible. id Software on the Xbox side. Playground with Forza. Gears of War E-Day. Like, gorgeous. Just keep making games like that. You don't have to... Like, what are you going to do better? Just optimize performance. That's it. Just the graphics are fine the way they are. And I'm good with that. And that's what's going to happen. I'll tell you that right now. All they're going to be able to do is incremental upgrades of these games because no one's going to buy their fucking hardware. So that everybody's going to be playing on a PS5 or a Series X or Series S for the next 5 years. Not everybody, but like a lot of people, right? And so if you buy a Helix or a PS6, you'd be like, okay, you're getting 120 FPS at 4K or whatever. I don't know. I'm just making up shit because I'm not a tech guy. But you know what I mean? Oh, the path tracing will be improved. The ray tracing will be much more improved and whatever. But other than that, what else are you going to fuck with? Because you still have to make them for a PS5 and a series consoles, right? Like, see what I mean? It's like PC gaming. You gotta make for the lowest common denominator. You got to remember that not everybody in the world, no matter what they say on Twitter, by the way, everybody in the world seems to have a 50 fucking 90, which is bullshit. There's like 8% of people not even 8% of people have that, right? A lot of people are running potatoes because they're playing that stupid ass shooting game from 25 years ago, whatever the hell it's called. Someone tell me in the chat. Whatever that stupid game is called. Not Crossfire. What is that game? Whatever, man. Or they're playing like, a Dota or some shit. You can run that on a $500 PC. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the majority of people. The majority of people are playing that stuff. Not everybody's got a 5090. So they gotta be able to make games that can run on a $1,000 PC or a $6,000 PC. Exactly the same shit's going to happen on the console. So it doesn't really make a difference. I'm happy with the performance I'm getting out of these consoles right now, and I'm good with it. Series X is eventually going to start falling behind, but my PS5 Pro, guaranteed future-proof for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. Series X might get a little bit shifty around, like, let's say 4 years from now. I think it might get a little bit shaky on its performance, maybe in like 4 years. But PS5 Pro's got that just slight advantage. Give me another extra year out of that. However, I'm getting the new consoles anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. You know how it goes. Counter-Strike. Thank you, Eli the Prophet. Appreciate that. Yeah, CSGO. Yeah, it's that good. You know what I mean? I'm just fucking around. Hey, man, how you doing, man?
Welcome to hell.
We got high-end gaming news there. The Black Harry Potter. Oh, no.
Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
The Black Harry Potter has now been gifted a member, and speaking of which, it's 78 Inc., ladies and gentlemen. The man is coming in and gifted 5 gifted members. Let's go. Thank you so much, 78 Inc. The man has returned, and he returns with thunder. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the support of the channel. From day one, 78 Inc. has been here and been supporting this channel. Thank you so much, my friend. You are absolutely incredible, man. Absolutely incredible, man. Thank you so much for all your support. And all you guys all rock. Every single one of you guys checking me out tonight and rocking out with me on this show. Now we're going to talk about one last thing, but first I got to go pee. All right? Got to go pee. The Series X is a beast of a console. X-Lands, it is. I'm just saying in about 4 years from now, it's going to... When I'm saying X-Lands, thank you again, 78 Inc. And to all you guys, by the way, who just joined the channel...
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell. You now can't get out. You're a maggot now, folks. Oh, and by the way, new channel members, for everybody who got gifted channel members tonight from Italia Gangster and from 78 Inc., you could join the members-only Discord, which I'm sure one of my mods will be very happy to put in the chat for you. A link for that. I know Aero Nation was in the house a little bit earlier tonight. And yes, if you could put any guys still around, put a link into the for the members Discord. You guys can join that. It's a lot of fun over there. It's a 24-hour party in the Discord. It's always great, man. It's always great. Thank you so much, guys. Tombstone, he says exactly what more do we need than 4K 60 to 120 FPS in gaming? We don't. We don't, Tombstone. That's exactly what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is we got the current gen consoles right now for both Xbox and PlayStation. Just keep optimizing games and just making them look better. That's it. I'm fine with it. And I think a lot of people would be too. Like, what else are you going to improve beyond that? Like, you're going to be able to do, like I said, incremental improvements of, like, path tracing and ray tracing and all that shit. I get all that stuff. And making, like, smoother textures on the characters, making their mouths move more realistic. I get all that stuff. But really, at the end of it all, when you're playing, I'm playing Black Flag, and it's perfection. Perfection on my PS5 Pro. Once in a while, a palm tree pops up. You know what I mean? But, like, I'm not freaking out. You know what I mean? I played Halo, by the way. I'd like to point this out. I streamed Halo on this very channel 3 friggin' hours. And you know what I didn't tell anybody? I told them halfway through the stream, I go, by the way, guys, you want in a little secret? I'm like, I'm streaming this on a Series S. People in the chat were completely blown away. They're like, dude, I thought you were playing this on a PC or at least your Series X or whatever. I'm like, nope, I'm playing it on a Series S. The little guy. And it looked fantastic. It's all about the optimization. And the performance was fantastic. The performance, I even did that, by the way, with Forza Horizon 6. I streamed Forza, I did it on purpose. I streamed Forza Horizon 6, not on my Series X. I streamed it on my Series S on purpose to show people what can be done with excellent optimization. And it played wonderful, and it looked great, and people didn't even know. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't really matter. How you doing, Gabriel? How are you? All right, we're going to talk about one last thing, and then I'm opening the floor to you guys, so whatever the hell you want to talk about. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to go pee. Yeah, I told you that. I'm going to go pee, and then I swear to God, if I see the numbers go down, I'm going to be gone for like a minute and a half. If I see these numbers go down, I'm coming after you. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to pour myself a whiskey. All right? I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. I didn't see if the numbers went down or not, but like whatever, man. Listen, man, I drink a lot of water in between before I do my shows. Yeah, Tombstone. The Series S is actually is a really good console. I like mine. The X is obviously better, but the S is a great budget console, or it was. Yeah, now it's $600. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah. Yeah, no. But it is what it is. You left and came back. Dizzy Delta, how you doing, buddy? Glad to see you. Skillet Whales in the house. So anyways, here's the story. I know I put it as like the first thing we were going to talk about tonight, but, you know, we're going to talk about this now because I'm pissed off. But my stance is slowly softening on it only because of the gameplay. Now, before we do any of that, I'm going to have a drink here. So I decided against whiskey. I'm going to go with Glenfiddich Scotch, 14 years aged. We're going to do that. Cheers, everybody. Oh, it's fucking magic, isn't it? It's called being well hydrated. Yes, I am very well hydrated. All right, we're going to pour ourselves some scotch here. Oh, just a splash. And by a splash, I mean like 2 shots. Anyways, there we go. We have Glenfiddich. As you can see, I massacred this bottle. It's 14 years single malt scotch. I mean, I know it's technically still whiskey, but you know. Anyways. Yeah, to you, Truth. Yeah, exactly. Cheers, everybody. I got my little, crystal glass here. Oh, that is magic. Cheers, everybody out there. Anyways, let's get talking. Beast of Reincarnation. Scotch is a little smoother, beast mode. Yes. 4 XP in Scotch. Can you imagine the nightmare? Hey, man, you were gifted a member. Yeah, you were gifted a member from 78 Inc. Yes, yes. I'll have a beer after. Anyways, let's talk about the last subject of the night, and then I'm going to leave it up to you guys. I'll open the floor to you guys. We'll talk about whatever the hell you want. We can talk about Spider-Man. I just saw that in the theater. Anyways. I told Colt last night, I'm like, dude, for whatever reason, because I had like this screen on here, I had this monitor over here on, and then I had another monitor over here. I have 4 monitors going at once, right? And then I have the big one. And the big one is that I use for gaming, right? And so the bigger one is up there, and I had the Xbox on at that time because someone in the chat during XNC, they're like, bro, Beast of Reincarnation's available now. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, okay, cool. So anyways, I went to go check it. I'm like, I turned on my Xbox, whatever. So if you saw me last night, I looked paler than usual. It's because the light from that screen was shining on me, plus 3 other monitors, plus my studio lights. So I was like, I looked like I was as white as a bloody ghost. All right, Deceiver, I won't talk about Spider-Man. But no spoilers, no spoilers. PS Vet's in the house. How you doing? PS Vet. Nice to see you, buddy. And nice to see you last night on XNC. So anyways, while the show's going on, I downloaded Beast of Reincarnation, whatever. And as soon as the show's done, I'm like, Colt, give me an hour, and I'm going to message you back, and I'll tell you how it is, right? So I started playing the game, so whatever. Anyways, got off the show. We said our goodbyes. We were talking in the background, all that kind of shit. And then I went to start playing this game. And I'm playing this game for about an hour. And I'm like, this game fucking sucks.
Yeah!
Hear me out. Hear the whole story before you get mad at me, okay? I'm like, this game sucks. I'm like, the graphics are fucking terrible. Oh, sorry. They go from good to terrible, from terrible back to good, from good to bad. I swear to God, it goes from like current gen to last gen to current gen to PS1 graphics. But I have screenshots and everything. I sent it to Colt. I go, Colt, is this for fucking real? And then the frame rates, even Jez Corden was talking about it. Jez was like, dude, on the Xbox, this thing performs like dog water. It's sometimes even dropped down to 5 frames per second. And I'm like, no. I'm like, what is happening? Right? Anyway, so I'm playing this game.
Welcome to hell.
And it's just trash. And I'm like going, oh my God, what in the fuck is going on? The performance was bad. The picture was skipping, screen tearing, frame drops from like performance mode down to like 20 FPS, back up to 60. The graphics, like I said, they would go from like current gen graphics, and I'm like, oh, that looks nice, and then to just a blurry mess. And then all of a sudden you see things that just weren't even optimized at all. It looked like pre-viz graphics would show up, and I'm like, what is going on here? Like, you look at the grass, like you know, there's a scene where like you're standing there talking or whatever with your fucking dog, and then you're looking at the grass, and the grass would go from like grass, and then all of a sudden you turn the camera back, and it would be to like flat textured, like nothing, almost like I said, like pre-viz. And I'm yeah. Everybody in the chat's going, Pokemon games have been that way for decades. Yeah, dude. Hey, Mirko, how you doing? Anyway, it fucking played like shit. So, anyways, I'm out there and I'm doing my thing, whatever. I'm playing for an hour. Pause the game. Oh, and the other thing, waypoints. So I go to the map, right? So I'm like, okay, where the fuck am I supposed to go? So I'm killing like these robots, and there's like whatever, these weird ass animals, and there's like a deer that's really angry for some reason. I'm killing all these animals and like robots and shit. And that's the same. That's the other thing. It's the same 3 enemies over and over and over and over. I'm like, is there any fucking variety? And it's like there's a deer, there's a bear, and a robot. That's it. That's it. It's like a deer, a bear, and a robot. That's it. Same 3 villains over and over and over and over, right? And I'm like going, is there any variety to that? Like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, I pause the game. I'm looking on the map. I'm like, where am I supposed to go? So I see the thing. It says, go to sub-level, whatever, sub-city -01. I'm like, all right, cool. There's the marker. I'm like, awesome. So I click on the marker. But then I'm like, wait a minute, look at this map. So I'm looking at the map. It is completely blurry. And I mean blurry where you can't even see like trees, roads. You can't even see roads. You can't see buildings. It literally looks like somebody barfed on a map and they left the barf on the map. Right? So I'm like going, is this for fucking real? So I click on the waypoint. I'm like, all right, let me see what's going on here. So I click on the waypoint and I'm like, let me go to Subcity 01 or whatever, right? And I get to the waypoint and the waypoint is literally pointing at the ground. So I'm like this. I'm staring at the ground. It's in the water. So I'm like, all right, let me go to the waypoint. I step in the water, die. An open world game with lots of water. You touch the water and you instantly die. If you look at the sky, by the way, there's an achievement for that. If you give a shit. There's an achievement for it. If you look at the sky for too long, I hear this music, right? So I'm like looking up, and all of a sudden I hear this thing going, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Right? And all of a sudden, I just die. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Apparently, you're not allowed to look at the sky because the sky's cursed. You can't go in the water. You can't look at the sky. And I'm looking at this waypoint in the middle of the water, and I'm going, all right, let me try this. So I jump off I jump from the edge of like the lake, and I jump in the lake, die. I jump in the lake, die. I jump in the lake, die. And I'm like, the marker is right fucking there, right? Anyways, I'm like, okay, clearly there's something wrong here. I'm missing something. So I'm like, let me go backtrack. I go backtrack like half a kilometer, and guess what I find? With no indication, I see a hole in the ground, right? Like a ramp that goes down, and it's like a little, like almost like like those old school barns that where like like you get to the basement, you got like the barn doors like this, and they open up. You know what I mean, like that. And there's a staircase that goes in the basement of the barn. There was like these like open doors, and there was like a little staircase that went down to the like underground. So I'm looking at that, and it's like half a kilometer away from the waypoint. So I'm like, well, let me go see what's down here. Turns out that was the way.
Yeah!
How in God's green earth, unless I just went and backtracked half a kilometer, I mean, for my American friends, if you don't know what a kilometer is, it's like half a kilometer is like a third of a mile, okay? Or whatever, a quarter of a mile. I had to go back a quarter of a fucking mile, and then I found this hole in the ground, walked into it, and that was the waypoint. But meanwhile, the waypoint is like literally a quarter of a mile / half a kilometer away. And I'm skill issue. Fuck off, Fuzzy Tomato.
Yeah!
All right, this is for you, Fuzzy Tomato.
In the dungeon! Turn around in the dungeon!
Fuzzy Tomato, I'm just busting your balls. You're always so funny. Oh, spare eyebrows. I'm talking about Beast of Reincarnation. So anyways, I go down there, and that was the waypoint. I'm like, okay, so now I'm progressing. Okay, so I'm progressing, and I'm like, okay, I'm moving along here. But, my God, the graphics would just, like I said, I might do a video about it. I might not. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. And I'm like, the graphics would go from current day graphics to like PS1 graphics. And I'm like, what the hell just happened here? And it was crazy. And I'm like, I'm getting pissed off. The frame rates kept dropping. If more than one enemy showed up on screen, it went from 60 FPS to 20. And it was only 2 friggin' guys on the screen. And by the way, the enemies, even in the sub-city, whatever, the same enemies as up top. The bear, the deer, and a robot. Lions, tigers, bears, oh my. That's exactly what it was. The same 3 friggin' enemies, right? So I'm like, this is bullshit. So anyways, I save my game. I turn it off. I go upstairs. I text Colt. I'm like, Colt, this game's a pile of shit. I'm like, fuck this game. Don't even bother. He goes, I just downloaded it. I'm like, that's fine. I go, you try it out and then let me know. He still has yet to respond, Colt Eastwood, but he hasn't responded to me yet. And the troll clip is from Harry Potter, Neo Gushua. Right? So I told him, I said, okay, well, you downloaded it. I'm like, give it a shot and let me know how it goes, right? So anyways, what I did, so I got up this morning, still pissed off from last night playing this game, because I could have used that time to go for my platinum, because I'm on my way to getting the platinum for Assassin's Creed Black Flag, right? So I'm like, I could have used that 2 hours towards Black Flag instead of wasting my time with this. But I'm like, let me give it another shot. So I came downstairs. They did a patch overnight, okay? There was like an update, and there was an update, like a small patch they did. I'm like, all right, day one patch, cool. Let's see. So I start playing it on my Series X. So I continued where I left off, and I'm playing it, and I'm like, all right, it's performing a little better. So I'll give them that, okay? So like I said, there's a bit of a story here, folks. Bit of a story arc here, okay? So the performance got more consistent. It was more consistent, more stable. So the 60 FPS was actually sitting at a more stable, whatever, frame rate, right? So I'm like, all right, that's better. That's better. Graphics, not shifting as much as it was last night. And I'm like, okay, that's not too bad. Now, the one thing I'll say some positives here. The combat is actually quite fun. The combat is fun. Okay? The combat is fun. I like the hair thing that she does. Like, so like if you're like traversal is actually pretty cool. So like you're running around and there's like a platform that's like 50 yards up in the air or whatever. You can like jump and then press the hair thing, and then her hair will shoot out like Rapunzel, and you can grab that shit and then like it'll pull you up there, and all of a sudden you're up there. Or you can even use it in battle where you could shoot it at a dude and then like jump at him with your sword and slash him. And I'm like, all right, combat, you're pretty good. You're pretty good. All right. Her little she's got it's almost like a pistol sort of crossbow, like a gun, it's almost like a handgun crossbow. You can pull that shit out. That's actually really good. Okay. The bow and arrow is actually pretty good. The sword is good, so the combat's not bad. The pairing is very easy. Like it's so easy. Like I said, the same three enemies: the bear, the deer, and the robot. They like. You know what I mean? Like they basically they're showing you they're projecting so far ahead that they're about to hit you with something. They're telegraphing from like worse than like a modern day WWE. It's like, oh, I'm coming in with an arm. You know what I mean? It's like the guy's coming in like almost slow motion with a shot. I'm literally standing there like this, waiting for this asshole so I can parry him. Like that's how much they telegraph the attacks on you. And so, but the combat is actually really good. Using the dog is pretty cool. So that the dog is pretty wild. Okay, the dog is pretty wild. So like what you could do with the dog is like you could like press the Y button. I'm playing on Xbox, so you could press the Y button and then it pulls up like this list of attacks, and it's kind of like a turn-based attack thing that you could do just for the dog, right? So like when you do that, all of a sudden the dog can do like a binding thing where it shoots out this binding thing, and like if there's like two characters on screen, God help your frame rates, and like this vines will come out and like kind of capture them, and then you can run up and then just slash the hell out of them, whatever. It's actually really good. So the combat's good, but everything around it is dog water. The story is shit. The graphics are shit for the most part, unless now here's the other thing. I'm playing on the Xbox Series X, and I'll tell you about the Series S in a minute, guys. You guys are not gonna like this one. I'm seeing people post pictures of the game going, beautiful game, this and that. And I'm like, what the fuck are they playing on? And they're playing on like these $4,000 PCs. I'm like, well, of course it looks amazing on that. And I'm like, but you release this for consoles and it plays like fucking hot dog water on consoles. And I'm like, so you need a $4,000 PC for this game to look and play good? Like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about here? So anyways, that got me thinking. So I'm like, wait a minute. Let me go try this on the Series S. Because the majority of Xbox console owners are Series S owners. Right? It's like 20 million plus people on Series S's, and there's only about 10 to 12 million on a Series X. Give or take, right? So I'm like, let me try the Series S. That's the majority of people that are consuming on the Xbox console side. So I'm like, let me turn that off. So I turn off my Series X, boot up the Series S.
Yeah! Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
It is so bad on the Series S, it's unbelievable. Deceiver, go get a 4K PC and stop being broke.
In the dungeon! Turn around in the dungeon!
Thank you, Deceiver. It is so bad on the Series S, it's almost unplayable. It's almost unplayable. So I tried it on the Series S, and I was like, Like my eyes like almost fell out of my skull like Evil Dead 2. Is like I was like, is this for real? Like I feel so bad for the 20 million people who may or may not consume this game on a Series S. It is unplayable on the Series S. It is awful. Now, it's sitting at a 72 Metacritic, and I think it should be lower. Me personally, I think it should be a 65 Metacritic at best, maybe 68. Maybe okay. I'll concede. I'll concede and say a 68 to 70 because the combat is good, but everything else about it is not good. I mean, this is my opinion. This is my opinion. I've seen some people, I don't know who the fuck these guys are. They're giving it like 95s and 100s on like Metacritic. I mean, hey, people in the chat might think it's a 95. That's all good. That's all good. It's all good. I'll respect your opinion. I just can't see it. I don't see how that game could even be close to a 95. I can't even see how that game could be close to a 75. Anyway, Steam 52, get the F out of here. Are you kidding me, Truth? Oh, it's Beast of Reincarnation. So anyways, I played another 3 hours of the game today, okay? So in total, I've played about 6 hours of this game now. And it's like I said, the combat is good, and I'm enjoying that. Like, I'm just enjoying running around like beating stuff up. You know, killing things with my sword and shit. The story is nonsensical garbage. It's fucking stupid. And like even the dog, and everybody's like, oh, the relationship with the dog is so good. I'm like, what do you mean? He just barks every 5 minutes. That's it. I mean, you could pet him, and then you can like feed him like, I don't know, you could feed him like steaks and shit because you pick up like food in the world. So like you could do that stuff, and like, you know, there's like skill trees, and so it's almost like an action RPG. Basically, what this is, folks, it's a Temu Stellar Blade. All right, there it is. It's a Temu Stellar Blade.
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
It's a Temu Stellar Blade. And the last thing that this game is, to me, is stellar. It is far from stellar. It's not good. So combat camera's a bit whack. Yeah, it is. It is. That's another thing. Yes. So sometimes, even if you just touch the controller ever so slightly, or if you like swing in, the camera swings wildly the other way. All of a sudden, you're facing the wrong way, and the enemy's behind you, beating the shit out of you. And I'm like, what is happening? Even with the enemy lock-on, the enemy lock-on unlocks, and all of a sudden you're facing the wrong way, and the thing is like chewing on the back of your head. You know? The same three enemies, of course. The bear, the deer, and the robot, right? So it's not good. Okay, Green Pulse Wire says it's good. He's having a good time with it so far, but yeah, the story isn't grabbing me yet. Going to power through the story then. All right, go for it, Green Pulse. Like I said, everybody's opinion is respected. I'm just saying it's not good. Pokemon fans were conditioned for Game Freak's mediocrity. Yeah, I'm not seeing this. Like, you know, the thing is though, and I don't want to do this because I don't want to slander the service, because it's not the service's fault. To be quite honest, it's not Xbox Game Pass's fault. But this is a Game Pass game. This is the kind of game where like you already have Game Pass and you're like, all right, well, it's there. Let me check it out. And you could like fart around for 5-6 hours and just have some fun with it and shit like that. But I'm like, I just can't see it. I just can't see it. That's just me, man. But like I said, and Green Pulse is enjoying it. Go for it, brother. Go for it, man. Booyakasha's in the chat. What's up? The enemies are too hard for how easy the bosses are and vice versa. Yeah, I did notice that. I actually faced, there was like it said like elite. There was a thing that said elite something or other, like elite soldier or elite enemy or some shit. So I went to go face this guy. I'm like, all right, let me see this. And that guy was tough as balls. Meanwhile, I faced a boss, which, by the way, spoiler alert, it's a giant deer, not a small deer now. Yeah! Jesus Christ. They couldn't get anybody to do some like AI enemies or something. Just create something. It was the same enemies. Anyway, so like the first boss I face is this giant deer. As if I just didn't kill 75 of his family members on the way to the giant deer. I killed 75 other deers on the way there because there's no enemy variety. Anyways, that guy was easy. But meanwhile, this elite whatever random ass like robot, which looked like all the other robots I just killed, he was a ball breaker. Yeah, Maben, you're 100% right. Game Pass saved me from Halo and Beast, 100%. Now, I like Halo. Halo's really good. I'm enjoying the hell out of Halo. The only thing that pissed me off with Halo is they screwed me out of 2 days out of early access, out of the 5 days, and I got my refund on that. However, I still have Game Pass, so until November. So I have Game Pass, so I still was able to play Halo after that. But I'm like, I didn't pay for early access so that you guys can screw me out of 2 days. So I'm like, give me my $30 back. So they did. They gave it to me. Emperor Hound, how you doing, man? Oh, God damn it. Do not buy the game. No, do not buy the game. You know, the funny thing is, Emperor Hound, is that actually a lot of people who are even saying, giving it good praise on Metacritic, were all saying the same thing. They're like, play it on Game Pass or wait for a sale. So they're praising the game and they're telling you not to buy it. What does that tell you? It tells me, folks, that they're being soft on Game Freak because they're Pokemon cucks or something. I don't know. You know what, Oates? I see what you're saying there about Mortal Shell 2, and then they chose Beast instead. Here's the thing, though. Up until I got the controller in my hand, Beast looked amazing. I'm like, I can't wait to play this. So, like, the minute I got off X&C and Colt and I had our little post-show talk, right? And I'm like, dude, all right, go eat. Because, like, he's 3 hours behind me, so, like, he hasn't eaten dinner yet. So I'm like, go eat. I'm going to go play this Beast. I was so excited. I fired it up. I'm like, let's fucking go. I'm like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to, like, party. And I start playing this game, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, 5 minutes in, I was already, like, I'm like, what is going on? Yeah, Glinzer, I'm telling you, go read the Metacritics. Don't take my word for it, bro. Don't take my word for it. This is what they did. They're literally saying, yeah, it's a competent game, and we're excited to see Game Freak step out of their shell and whatever, and expand their horizons in the gaming world. But wait for a sale. Like, what? You know what I mean? No, it's not. Hermes, you could say whatever you do. Say whatever you like, dude. I'll even read it out. Hermes says in the chat, he goes, would it be blasphemy to say I wouldn't enjoy Halo? I tried to play it for like 3 hours, just couldn't bring myself to continue. That's fair. Listen, dude, you're in the right place, Hermes. Okay, you're in the right channel because we don't discriminate against any of that shit. So, like, you could play Gears of War E-Day and say, I fucking hate it. I played 3 hours and it's not for me. And they'd be like, yeah, it's cool. You're allowed to be here. And I could sit here and praise it for 2 hours during a show, and you're allowed to say whatever the hell you want. As long as you're not attacking me. I mean, you could attack me as long as as long as you're being funny about it. You know. Yeah, Glinzer, it's a great restaurant, but don't eat there. That's basically what they're doing. So, like, go into the Metacritic and see it. A lot of them are saying, wait for a sale, wait for a sale, wait for a sale. Or consume it in Game Pass because it's there in Game Pass. So, anyways, listen, you don't have to take my word for it. This is just me talking. You guys will listen to me talk, whatever. But at the end of it all, try it yourself. If you have Game Pass right now, if you have Game Pass and you're on PC or Xbox and you don't have to pay for the damn thing, I would give it a shot yourself. Download it. Give it a shot. What's up, Chill Will? How you doing? Give it a shot. Let me know what you think. Because, I mean, you never know, man. You know? You never know. You never know. You might enjoy it. What do you mean Dreamcast guy gave it a 9 out of 10? Are you kidding me? Even though I just said I respect everybody's opinion. I mean, I just can't see it, bro. Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. And today we're talking about Xbox. And we're talking about Beast of Reincarnation. No! I can't see it getting a 9 out of 10. Yeah, okay, Green Pulse Wire saying 1,000% it's a Game Pass game. Okay, well, like I said, if you have Game Pass... Look, I'm looking right at the camera. If you have Game Pass, download it, play it, and when we go live this Thursday for Gears of War Beta, I want you all to tell me what you think about it. Because, I mean, in the chat, we can still do the chat thing and do whatever we got to do. Yeah, I can't see a 9.4 out of 10 out of 100. That's fucking crazy. And yes, I watch everybody's videos, just so you know. I watch everybody. I watch every YouTuber you can think of. And the reason why I watch them all, whether I love them or whether I don't, I watch all of them because I want to hear what they have to say. Matt, thank you so much, man, for being here. I appreciate you, brother. He says, have a great night and safe night. I will. And you too, my friend. Thank you for coming out and showing the show. I listen to everybody because even if, let's say, I disagree with, 80% of what they say, all right? That 20%, or even the 80% I disagree with, I might pick out some good information from that because what you're doing is you're listening to other people's thoughts and opinions, and that's good for knowledge. Knowledge is important. And the acquisition of knowledge is not just the knowledge that you want to hear. The acquisition of true knowledge and intelligence is getting all of the knowledge and all of the opinions. And so that's why I listen to absolutely everybody. Even people you guys would be like, oh my God, how do you listen to that guy or that girl or whatever? And I'm like, I do. Because once in a while you will get a nugget of information out of there that you're going, that's a great point. So you cherry pick all these points from different people, and then you acquire all of that, and you see everybody's angle instead of just an echo chamber, which that's a fatal mistake a lot of people do in this business. They just want to hear what they want to hear, and that's fine. That you can do all that, but the problem is you limit yourself and you limit your outlook on whatever it is you're talking about. In this case, the gaming industry. You're limiting your view and what you can actually observe about the industry if you only limit it to what you want to hear, which is essentially horse blinders / the literal definition of an echo chamber, right? I'm not even going to pause the show. I'm just going to go grab a beer. The fridge is right there. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Welcome to hell.
I'm back. The fridge is right there, so it's not like it's far. Yeah. So anyways, Beast of Reincarnation, to me, like I said, some people may disagree or agree, whatever. Hold on. Just the magic sound. Listen. Ah, you gotta love that sound, eh? To me, I'll be a little nicer with it because I had a better time with it today. I'm giving it a 70 on Metacritic. A 7 out of 10. That's what I'm giving Beast of Reincarnation. To me, it is not a buy. Definitely not at full price. It is a Game Pass game. So if you got Game Pass, I would play it there. If you want to buy it, wait for several updates and several fixes. I would say, I know this sounds really harsh. I would say in 6 months to a year from now, when it's $20, I would buy it then. Because they've probably done a lot of optimization between now and then, and you'll get it for like 1/4 of the price, and it'll probably play fantastic. That's what I would say. That's my takeaway from Beast of Reincarnation. I would not purchase it, and I certainly wouldn't play it day one unless you have Game Pass and you just want to suffer through it. I would wait for several updates, and again, I would wait for a deep sale, and it won't take very long because I don't think this game is going to do very well. I don't think it's going to perform well. I may be wrong, but I don't think it's going to perform well. So anyways, on to the next game. So what we're going to do now is, we got Gears of War E-Day beta. That's this week. If you purchase the premium edition or if you're on Game Pass Ultimate. And then after that, 2 weeks from now, we've got the new Resonance, a Plague Tale game coming out at the end of the month, which, by the way, is also coming out on Game Pass, funny enough. And on top of that, it looks fantastic. I mean, it looks like a departure from the other 2 Plague Tale games, which were more like stealth strategy games. And this one seems to be more of like a God of War style, Rise Son of Rome, God of War 2018 kind of vibe to it, like total action adventure departure, which is funny because that's also exactly what they did in the 3rd installment of Senua, because Hellblade 1 and 2 are just basically cerebral sort of walking simulators that have occasional sword fighting or whatever, but it was basically just like an experience, like a cerebral experience, whereas the 3rd one looks straight up like God of War, right? It's just it's a 2018 God of War Ragnarok / Rise Son of Rome game, and it's funny that they did that on 2 series. So you have Plague Tale and you have Senua with part 1 and 2, the same style, and all of a sudden the 3rd installment from both games are both literally just hack and slash action games, which is exactly what I wanted from Senua anyway. And I think a lot of people would enjoy that. I know people enjoy the story and whatever else, and like, you know, the inner focus of her mental illness and all that shit. That's awesome. It's great. And I played both of them. I hated the second one. I love the first one. Not so much I hated it. I thought it was really slow and boring, the second one. It was just so, it sludged along. I felt like I was wearing lead boots in like a mud pit and trying to walk through it. That's how the second game felt to me. So I think that the third game will be a refreshing take on it. Obviously, it's no longer going to be in Game Pass as Microsoft no longer owns them, and but they are helping with the finishing the development of the game. So that'll be cool. And anyway, so in a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get Resonance, a Plague Tale game, which is going to be an action adventure or more like just a hack and slash action game. And I'm looking forward to that. That'll be fun. And that'll be on Game Pass as well. I will stream that on the channel. That'll be sometime before the Labor Day weekend. So we'll do that. That'll be good. And we got Fires coming in, dropping a $20 super chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Thank you, Fires. Oh, you're getting all the sounds tonight, buddy. Thank you so much, Fires, for the $20 super chat. And he says, Mag, I listen to you and Colt every time. You're the man. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. Thank you, Fires. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. Man, that kind of stuff makes my whole night, man. Makes my whole night. And we got, hey, it's Chill Will. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And Chill Will comes and gets 5 gifted members to the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And somehow he gifted one to himself. That's even more hilarious. Well, to everybody who just received that and are now part of the channel,
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
welcome to hell. You can't escape now. You're a maggot for life. Thank you so much, Chill Will, for the 5 gifted members. And by the way, I think all my mods left. They all went to sleep. But there is, if someone can do that, I would be greatly appreciated for that. If someone could put in a link for the members-only Discord, that would be lovely. And I got to tell you, man, listen, I know like some of the new faces out there, go to the members-only Discord. There are hundreds of people in there already. We have tons of channel members, and these guys run the show. I have 2 administrators that run it, and they run it like a dream. They are tech wizards, and they got all kinds of cool shit in there. And all kinds of cool stuff. You can access whatever in the members only Discord, and that shit runs 24 hours a day. You could literally show up there at 3:47 a.m. and the lobby's just full of people talking, having a good time. People made friends outside of here, and believe it or not, even some people that have been in the members only Discord are actually meeting in real life because they actually became close friends and shit, right? And they game together, they do stuff on all systems, Xbox, PlayStation, PC, Nintendo. It's all there, man. So go check out the members-only Discord, and hopefully someone can put a link in the chat. I can't do it while I'm doing the live show, but anyway, thank you, Fires, and thank you, Chill Will, for all of that. I appreciate you guys. That's right, you're the best. What's up, Truth? How you doing, man? Thank you guys for all of that. Grandpa Barbecue, I see you're still rocking out with us, buddy. I only got to play your Australian stuff only once or twice, but, you know, just did my thing. There you go. That's for you, Grandpa. There you go. That's for my Australian friends. What's up, RPG's in the house? RPG! How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Beer Baron. Speaking of beer, the beer of choice tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is the beer of the World Cup. It is Michelob Ultra. We're going to keep it light. Thank you, Chill Will. I appreciate that, man. You guys, listen, man. He says, keep up the great work, Mag. Listen, you guys have no idea how much it means to me, man. You have no idea how much it means to me. Like, I work so hard at this, and I do what I do and whatever else, and I love doing it. I love doing this. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I get nervous doing it sometimes. Like 5 minutes before a show, I start getting a little panicky and stuff like that. And then once I sit down, I sit on the mic, and I start talking, man. After that first 5 minutes, kind of, I get through that first 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden, that's it. I'm good, man. I'm good. And you guys are my fuel. You guys are my fuel. You guys are make me want to do this. And I love doing it. I can't wait to do it full time, man. I can't wait. I can't wait to do it full time. And it won't be long. Sometime in 2027, you guys will get that announcement. I'll be like, guys, this is it. That's all I'm doing now. And then I'll be doing a lot more. That'll be a different story because then I'll turn it into a full-time job. I'll be here 40 hours a week. But I mean, I won't be talking shit for 40 hours a week on this. I'll be doing videos and other stuff and streaming and all that stuff. Ryder, have a wonderful evening, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for stopping by, man. Thank you for rocking out, man. Street, I'm going to keep it spoiler-free because some people in the chat actually asked me. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially done the show. It's at the 2 hours, 30-minute mark. We talked about video games. We could continue to talk about video games. There's no problem. But we are at the end of the show, and this is something that I was doing a while ago, but I had to stop over the last few months because I've been so effing busy over the spring and summer. But we are at the part of the show now, ladies and gentlemen, where we are at the community talk part. So this is community talk time. So what we're going to do, I'm not going to sit up straight anymore. I'm going to do this. Look. Oh. Just gonna turn the chair, cross my legs like a woman. You guys can't see it, but I have my legs crossed like a woman right now, and I'm leaning in like a 1960s radio host. Welcome to the Jazz Hour. We're gonna be listening to some Miles Davis. So yeah, so I got the chair kind of turned to the side here. I got my legs crossed like a chick. Got my vape going on. Got my beer going on. And if you want to tune out, if you're done. You can go, but if you want to stick around and just talk, we'll just talk. Ask me anything you want. Ask me if I shave my legs. Whatever you want to talk about. I prefer my beer in a can. LFL. He asked me, he said, beer or, bottle or can. I prefer my beer in a can. Oh, just magic, isn't it? So good when it hits your lips. Italian Gangster comes in and drops another 5 gifted members. The man is a monster tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Italian Gangster, for another 5 gifted members. My goodness. That's it. And Italian Gangster has to get one of these. Oh, no. This is it. This is for you, buddy. That's it. Thank you so much, Italian Gangster, for another 5 gifted members, and for all the new channel members out there.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell to all the new channel members. Oh, look at who one of the new channel members are. Cody Lee got gifted one. He's one who sent a super. You see what happens, Cody Lee? You see? You sent in a super chat earlier this evening, and now you got gifted a member. Look at that. That's how it rolls, man. We got Bo TV in there. We got PC and P Draggy in the house. Anthony Floyf? Anthony Floyf? I'm just going to call you Anthony Flo because it sounds cool. Yo, the Flo. And the one, the only, the man himself, the man with the beard.
Facundo!
Him and his wife have a lovely show on YouTube. Go check out my dear friend, and one of my first friends on YouTube here as well, is Dreadpool's in the house! Dreadpool's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Dreadpool's in the house. All right. He is the man, the myth, the legend right there, and he's got a magnificent beard. A magnificent beard. How you doing, Dreadpool? I'm glad to see you in here, buddy. And yes, I do watch your even though I don't comment or whatever, I always watch your content, and I always hit the like button, no matter what. Hey, David Merrifield, it's 3:30 a.m. in Ireland for you. Ah, lovely, lovely. Love to see my Irish friends out there. My wife is Irish, so. Someone asked me about Brand New Day. I will be spoiler-free, and I will say this. I was about to say the game. I give the movie an 8.57 out of 10. I think it was an excellent movie. I just think they could have shaved 25 minutes off of it. The movie is 2 hours. The movie is 2 hours and 25 minutes, and it's needlessly 2 hours and 25 minutes. I think they could have shaved off 25 minutes off of that movie, and it could have been a solid 2 hours, and they kept it clipping along, and I think it would have been just fine. Now, it's not that it's not fine. I'm just saying that 2 hours, 25 minutes for that movie was too long. I could think of it, and of course, I'm going to be spoiler-free. I'm going to... I can't say which parts I would cut out, but once you see the movie, I could say they could take 5 minutes out of here, 5 minutes out of here, 10 minutes out of here, 5 minutes out of there, and shave it down to 2 hours. It would have been just fine. Cooking videos. Cooking videos are coming very soon. In fact, I've been a little bit delayed because I've had so many events. Like, I keep promising you guys I was going to get back to the cooking videos. And the problem is, Italia Gangster, is that every week I've had minimum 3 to 4 occasions, family occasions, get-togethers, reunions, weddings. I got a funeral this weekend, which sucks. You know what I mean? Like all kinds. It's been, dude. I swear to God, Italia Gangster. It's been like 2 straight months of events every single week. I can't keep up, man. Colin Prime disagrees. He says he thought the length of the movie was great. Well, there it is. Okay. Well, you thought it was you thought it was great. Wonderful. Well, hey, man. As long as you enjoyed it, that's awesome. Jesus Christ, the questions in this chat. Thoughts on next-gen prices? Too high. I mean, we did talk about it a little bit earlier. But too high. Too high. What else we got going on? Johnny, the NFL season's getting close, man. It certainly is, my friend. NFL season is definitely getting close. Buffalo Bills, 1 month away, baby. This is their year. This is the year that they're going to be... this is the year that they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm telling you right now. Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills. I'm telling you right now. Bills Mafia, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see what else we got going on here. Holy shit. I just saw red in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. My God. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. The soundboard is about to go insane. Everybody plug your ears. Ladies and gentlemen, Fires has dropped a $200 super chat. Holy shish kebab. I don't even know what to say. It's unbelievable. It's out of control. The man is wild. Oh my God. Holy shit. Fires has dropped a $200 US super chat. There it is. Unbelievable. Who wants some Mexican music? Let's go. We'll do some Mexican music. Let's have a fiesta for Fires. Hey. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. I was not expecting that. I looked up, I saw red. I'm like, what the hell's the red? I'm like, oh, for God's sake. My God. My God, Fires drops a $200 super chat, ladies and gentlemen. He says, love and support everything you guys stand for. Have been an Eastwood member for years, since the RDX days. You hear that, dealer? Since the RDX days, buddy. Yeah. Sorry, I got him tied up in the basement. Since the RDX days, but I'm more aligned with the mag when it comes to drinking and swearing. I'm more aligned with the mag when it comes to the drinking and swearing. Laugh out loud. Here's to you, buddy, and I'll be a maggot for life. God damn it, you fucking rock. Let's go. All right, Fires, you're in, buddy. You're not. You can't escape now, man. Thank you so much for that, man. I did not expect that. Everybody hit W's in that chat for Fires, man. That was unbelievable. Wow. Whew. I'm almost out of breath from that. My God, Fires. Unbelievable, man. Thank you so much for that. R-Double, how you doing, man? Okay, okay, let me... Oh, Great Wah, you're in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, Great Wah's in the house. The man is here. The man is here. There you go. The Great Wah's at Nate Dogg. Great Wah, do me a favor, buddy. Now that you're here, because all my other mods fell asleep, because they're all like, Mag, it's so late, I gotta go to bed. Do me a favor, brother. Can you send a link to the members' Discord in the chat, please? Look at all the W's. Fires, look at all the W's for you, buddy. Look at all the Fires for you, W. They're all there. Look at that. Look at all the W's in the chat for Fires. That's that. Maggot for life, buddy. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. Wow. You see, man, this community fucking rocks, man. You guys rock. You guys absolutely rock. And no, not because of that stuff. I'm just saying you guys rock because you guys are amazing. Daddy Passion's in the house. Yeah, Great Wah, if you can drop that the link to the Discord, I'd be greatly appreciated, because no other mods. I had the mods. They're all here. Aero Nation was here. Magnum was here. And then they all bailed. They all went to bed. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Great Wah, the man, the myth, the legend himself. The man has put the link to the Discord, so everybody who got gifted members tonight, please, from 78 Inc. We got ones from 78 Inc. We got ones from Italia Gangster as well. And actually, we got some other ones in there too. Hold on. Someone else sent it. Someone else sent one. Hold on. Let's take a look. Set Monsters? Oh, no, that was 4 days ago. Sorry. That was 4 days ago. Sorry, I just saw that. And I swear to God there was another one, but maybe not. I'll have to look it up. But either way, oh, you dropped it twice. I dropped it twice? You did not do that, noisy mofo. Thank you guys for all the support, man. You guys are absolutely unbelievable. You see that, Fires? I see he goes, hell yeah, thank you, maggots. Yeah, dude, this community is fucking tight, man. This community is tight. I'm telling you right now, like these guys, when you go to that Discord and all those new channel members who got gifted those channel members tonight from our amazing community, let me tell you something. They've become best friends. It's wild. And in fact, two of them ended up creating their own podcast. You got Ion Storm and Arrow Nation ended up doing their own podcast. You got Josh Duckwall out there, another channel member who's an amazing human being. I haven't seen him tonight. Oh, you're here, Magnum. Oh, you don't know how to link stuff. That's okay. I only keep you here for your beautiful face and because, of course, you're Australian. Yeah, Magnum. I keep you here for your beautiful face. So anyways, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. And no, the alcohol hasn't hit me yet. Relax. I had 2 whiskeys and a beer. Relax. Or whatever, 2 scotches. Yeah, so anyways, I was talking about Josh Duckwall. I haven't seen him here tonight, but either way. Deceiver, he says, great people in Discord because I'm in it. Oh, yeah, anyway, you guys are awesome, man. Go to the Discord. Any new channel members, don't be shy, man. You'll make all kinds of new friends from all walks of life, from all, like, consoles or PC or whatever, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody's going to call you a pony if you're only a PlayStation guy. No one's going to call you an Xbot. No one's going to call you an Xbot. No one's going to call you a Nintendo dork. No one's going to call you a PC, whatever the hell they call those guys. By the way, if anybody was wondering, the scotch I was drinking tonight, if anybody didn't know, is Glenfiddich single malt fine scotch aged 14 years. That's what I was drinking earlier tonight. Comes in a beautiful bottle. And, of course, as you can see, the bottle's getting low is because I drank a lot of it because it's really good. Yeah, that's right, maggot work, yeah. Grandma Barbecue's asking a question. He says, Game Pass on Steam part of deal for Steam on Helix? I don't think that... Okay, hold on. Here's the thing. These are my thoughts. Xbox is not removing their games from Steam. That's never going to happen. The Xbox games are going to Steam. It's going to continue doing it. My thoughts are that Steam will not be available easily on the Helix. That's what I'm thinking. I may be wrong. I may be totally wrong. Snow Dragon! He says, just started the nicotine patch and now you are vaping? Yeah, I quit everything. Like, I don't smoke cigarettes. I mean, I quit smoking cigarettes 5 years ago, and I stopped smoking cigars in May. So I moved on to vaping, and I know I prefer bourbon too, Hermes. I love bourbon. Actually, one of my favorite bourbons is, believe it or not, is Buffalo Trace. I love Tennessee whiskey, or Tennessee bourbon, whatever whiskey. Tennessee and Kentucky are the best. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Snow Dragon, yeah. So, I mean, it's, dude, let me tell you something, man. From a guy who was smoking in his 20s, like, you know, in the restaurant business and whatever else, and like, I mean, we smoked a lot in those days and shit, you know? But like, eventually it gets to you, you know what I'm saying? Jedi Warrior, what's up, man? How you doing? This is the only thing that works, man. The vaping is the only thing that works. I've like everything else, like whatever. I've quit cold turkey. I've stopped all that stuff. It just, you know, it is what it is. What the fuck am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I have not seen the Odyssey yet. No, I have not, AKL Warrior. I have not seen the Odyssey. Buffalo Trace is fantastic. I love it. Stay hydrated. Gotta drink water. Anyways, anybody got more questions for me? Go ahead, hit me with questions. You quit smoking 2 years ago? I'm on the douche flutes as well. Yeah, I started this in like late May. So like even when I went to LA, like I still had like a box of cigars or whatever. And you know what's funny? That box of cigars is still sitting there. Yeah. I know, Snow Dragon. I know. He says fruity vape doesn't go with beer as much as a cigarette. I know, I get it. But you know the thing is, though, once you move away, like this is what I thought. This is how I felt about it. Once I moved away from cigarettes, I can't stand the smell of it. And then I started smoking cigars, and I was fine with cigars. Like, dude, you could be like right next to me, like just pounding down a giant Cuban cigar, and it wouldn't bother me at all. But now that I don't like smoke cigars at all, now I can't stand the smell of cigars either. It's wild. So now, okay, what flavor am I smoking? What flavor are you pony smoking, Sean Thompson? This one is white grape. Now, in Canada, by the way, just so if anybody wants to know, what the hell are they called? The Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. The FDA changed the rules here in Canada for vaping. So what it is that like vapes in like even the United States have like all kinds of different like chemicals and all kinds of shit in it, whatever. And they banned all that in Canada. So now in Canada, the only thing that you can have in a vape are 3 ingredients. So these are made here, and all the other ones are banned. So this has vegetable glycol, vegetable oil flavoring, which is where the flavor comes from, and nicotine salt. That's it. 3 ingredients, no chemicals. None. Spare eyebrows. He says, I quit smoking 10 minutes ago, about to re-engage in the hobby. Well, congratulations on quitting for 10 whole minutes, brother. But, yeah, well, now you're back on the wagon. Oh, they're illegal there in Cali? Wow. Yeah, y'all's are much safer. 2 ingredients, I think. Yeah, ours is literally 3 ingredients, including the flavor. That's it. So the flavors, so it's the vegetable oil mix or whatever it is mixed with the flavor, vegetable glycol, and nicotine salt. That's it. That's it. That's all that's in here. 3 things. So there's no like and when you look at like a cigarette, for example, like a cigarette has like what, like 188 chemicals in like a cigarette or whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? What happened to just like smoking the leaf? You know what I mean? Like just dry the leaf, crush the shit up, and then smoke that. But now they added like, you know, arson and whatever, arsenic or whatever, and like, you know, paint thinner and all this other shit. I'm like, why? And tar and all this other crap. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why'd you have to add all that shit? Just a leaf off a tree. That's what it was. How hard is that to keep that? Hey. Anthony Flo, how you doing? I like to see your name in green now. It's nice. Anyway, this flavor, they asked me the question. So this flavor is white grape. I tried this one. So it's white grape. It's called Loop Max. It's the ones in Canada. Yeah. So I know, Raw. I know. Just smoke the weeds. I know exactly. So now this thing is kind of cool. So what it is that the bottom part is a battery, and the top thing is what you replace. So like when it runs out, you just take the top and you throw it in the recycling bin, and then you just snap a new one on. Well, you don't have to snap it on. It has a magnetic thing, kind of like the Switch 2 with like the Joy-Cons. It just goes think, and it just snaps in. So you go like this, you pull it off, and then it just, that's it. And then it shows you how much is left. There's like, for example, there's 25% left of the juice in there, and there's 100% battery. So when you haul on this thing, as you can see, it lights up, and it's white grape, and it's actually quite delicious. And it's the only thing that works for me, man, because you know what it is? At the end of the day, it's the this gonna sound so. It's the oral sensation. You know what I'm saying? It's the oral sensation of like, you know what I mean? Like taking something in and blowing it out. Pause. You know what I mean? But anyways, I can't do weed. Guys, I can't do weed. can't do weed. Oh, by the way, if anybody just tuned in now, we stopped talking about games. We're just shooting the shit with the community. We're just having community talk. So we're talking about whatever. If it happens to be games, then we're games. But the show ended at 2 hours and 31 minutes. So for the last 20 minutes, we're just talking with everybody, just hanging out. This will be clipped. Thanks, Dreadhaven. So if anybody's tuning in now, if you want to talk about gaming, ask me any question you want. Go right ahead. And we'll talk about games. But right now, we just happen to be talking about vaping and smoking and whatever. Like I said, we're in community talk, so we can talk about whatever we feel like. Green Pulse Wire asked me, what's my game of the year so far? Tie for first place, Green Pulse. Pragmata and Assassin's Creed Black Flag so far are games of the year. Without question. Without question. Pragmata and Assassin's Creed Black Flag are tied for first place as my game of the year so far. Now, we still have Wolverine. We still have Gears of War. We still have Call of Duty. We still have Star Wars Galactic Racer. I'm not going to count Rayman because that's a remake of a game that already came out. Although, that's not fair because I just called Black Flag, so Black Flag is a remake, so I'm going to put Rayman in there. We also have Grand Theft Auto 6. So, we still have a bunch of games, so I'm going to wait and see. Wait and see. To answer the question, we were talking about weed. I can't smoke weed, man. I've done it like a bunch of times, obviously. But I can't do it, man. I can't do it because the problem with me is like someone with anxiety, and I have a lot of anxiety. I have some pretty severe anxiety issues. I can't do weed. And now the funny thing is because most people would think that weed would actually like calm down the anxiety. In fact, it works the opposite for me. It drives me fucking insane. And so I go crazy and all of a sudden I'm like, I start freaking out. And the other reason why is I like to be in control. Okay. Oh, that's right. Control 2, Jedi Warrior. Thank you. Yeah. Was it called Control Resonant? Forgot about that one. Shit. And Onimusha. God damn it. Onimusha. It's another one. Our double say he's like Pragmata is a weird way of saying Halo. Come on, man. Pragmata is amazing. Anyways, I can't do weed because what happens is once you do that, you're high. You can't stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like you've lost control now. And I like to be in control. That's part of my anxiety. My anxiety is I need to be in control. So once you get high, you're like, well, I guess this is a situation for the next 8 hours, and I can't do that. I'll just freak out. Exactly, Snow Dragon. He says you can't get too high if you're anxious. And now the thing is, I'm a softie when it comes to weed. I got like this, couple of hits off that shit, and I'm fucked. And I mean, I'm gone. That's all it takes for me. Just a little bit of that, and I'm done. And then I'm high as hell. And then the thing is, it doesn't go away. Like, it doesn't go away, so, like, you can't stop. Like, if you start feeling like you're drinking too much, you're like, oh, fuck, I'm starting to feel... You could stop. You could literally stop at that moment, and it won't get worse. You know what I'm saying? And, like, you have a glass of water, and you just talk to people, whatever, and you're fine. And, like, you could just stop right there, and you could control it, because you're like, okay, I'm having this beer. I'm like, oh, I'm starting to feel a little tipsy. Let me stop there. Right? And you could literally stop right there and have a glass of water instead, and whatever you're starting to feel with the drunkenness stops. Right? But when you're high, you're done. Like, that's it. Like, you're just done. There's no coming off of it for X amount of hours, and then you're fucked. Right? And I can't stand that. And I've been in nights where I'm like, you know, after about 3 hours of being high, I'm like look at my friend or my brother or whoever. I'd be like, take me to the hospital. I'm going to die. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. And I'm like, I can't do it. Yeah, and the paranoia kicks in and all that stuff. Yeah, man, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't do weed. I mean, God bless you if you could do it, man. God bless you if you could do it, but it's just not for me. The only thing that kind of, like alcohol, works just fine for me. Like I said, because I could control it. If I feel like it's going too far overboard, then I could just kind of pump the brakes and just be like, you know what, man, I'm good. Or whatever. Or I'm already fucked and I'm like finishing up that last beer and I'm at like a party at my neighbor's house or something and I just drink that last beer and I'm like, all right, I'm going like I already know, like I'm done, right? And then I just walk home, you know, pound down 3 pints of water, pass out, and then I'm good. Well, I'm good for like 2 hours, and then I got to wake up and pee. But you know how that goes. It's a whole night experience, but it is what it is. Holy shit! Fires comes in and drops another $20 super chat, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. He just unlocked a rare achievement, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Fires. My goodness. And he drops a $20 super chat. He says, quit smoking a while ago. Would love to hear your thoughts on the 5080. Am I good for a while with the $4,000 PC? Also just want to pay your bills for the night because of the bourbon. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much, Fires. Thank you. And thank you for the other. By the way, if you guys didn't see it, he dropped a $200 super chat earlier. My God. And then he dropped another 20 right now. The 5080 is actually going to be very good, my friend, for a very long time. I would say it sounds to me, now I'm not like a huge tech guy, but I would say that the 5080 will take you past next generation in terms of the PS6 and the Helix. So I think you're good for a very long time, my friend. Very long time. Yeah, you'll be good, brother. You'll be good. I would say at least 5 or 6 years before you even have to even think about something else. So I would say probably 2032. You could start looking at something. Now, of course, you can always upgrade other things like along the way because you already got the beefy machine. Like you may want to upgrade like a monitor or like a better mouse or a better keyboard, whatever. Like little stupid like piddly things, or like or even like an OLED monitor, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? And that would complement it amazing. But exactly, Mirko. He goes 5080 has extra icing on top. Yeah, man, you're good, man. All right, Z-Bird, man, have a good night, brother. Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you. Neil Gushwa, I don't have the pirate sound clip on this board. I have it on another one. Unfortunately, it sucks, yeah. I gotta bring that one back. So I don't know. And Fires drops another $20 super chat. Holy shit! I don't even know if he meant to, because he didn't say anything. Poor guy. Dude, I hope you meant to. My God. I don't want to single the guy out, but if you guys look at the last 3 super chats, the man has dropped $240 friggin' dollars. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Holy crap. Fires. You are literally on fire. My God. Thank you for all that. Jeez. But he didn't even say anything in the last super chat. Maybe he meant to and he just hit like the send button by accident. Listen, Fires, don't send me any more money. I'm literally telling you not to. Don't send me any more money. If you had something to say in that last super chat, just put it in the regular chat, and I will just read it out. All right? His kid got his credit card. Can you imagine he wakes up tomorrow morning, he's like, oh, fuck, what happened last night? And he's like, I sent all this money to who? To Mag? Who the hell's Mag? And I joined his channel? He wakes up, starts like kicking open his like kids' doors. Who the hell did this? I don't even play video games. It's like an 8-year-old kid. So funny. My God. Thank you so much, Fires. Splatoon. Splatoon Raiders? No, I don't have time for that. Neil Gushwa, have a good night, buddy. Thank you for being here. Oh, you meant to. Okay, thank you, Fires. Thank you. I just wanted to double check. Of course, I created this whole scenario in my head that, like, your kids did it. Yeah, who's Mag? What the fuck? Okay, I had 2 people ask me about Splatoon Raiders. We had Great Wall and we had Magnum, both asking me. No. And it's not for any bad reasons. It's just I don't. Oh! I got so many games guys, there's so many games to play. There's no time. There's no time. Do you know how many games? I mean, you guys already know. You know how many games are coming out between now, including Beast of Reincarnation that came out literally today, between now and November 19th? It is insane. Like, for example, I've already had Star Wars Galactic Racers gifted to me on the channel the same day that that Gears of War E-Day is coming out, the same week that Rayman Legends Retold was gifted to the channel. I have to somehow stream 3 fucking games in 4 days, folks. How? You see what I'm saying? And that's 4 days. That doesn't include Onimusha. That doesn't include Control Resonant. That doesn't include, what's it called? Silent Hill. That doesn't include Wolverine. That doesn't include Call of Duty. That doesn't include Phantom Blade Zero. That doesn't even include GTA 6. How the hell am I going to play Splatoon Raiders? It's impossible. What's my favorite number? 7. My favorite number is 7. You're laughing your ass off at my scenario. Fire. Can you imagine if, like I said, Fires, imagine you're actually an 8-year-old kid listening to my show right now, and the real Fires is in bed. He's got an accounting job with a small law firm. He doesn't even play video games. Okay? All right? He doesn't even play video games. And you're going to wake up tomorrow. The real Fires is going to wake up tomorrow. Not tomorrow, sorry. In 6 weeks from now. When the credit card bill comes. So it's going to be somewhere around the second week of September. The credit card bill comes in, Fires. And what's going to happen?
No!
Is you're going to look at that credit card bill and go, who the fuck is the Mag Show? Who did this? And then your 8-year-old kid is going to be like there playing on his like PlayStation. He's going to be playing Wolverine. He'll be like, hey, Dad. And they'd be like, who's Mag Show? And they'd be like, I don't know, never heard of the guy. And he's going to go, oh, shit. And then as soon as like the real Fires leaves the room and he calls the credit card company to say that there was a bunch of false charges to some guy on YouTube named The Mag Show. And then the kid is going to go on his headset and he can go, Guys, my dad found out about all those super chats I sent to that fucking old bald asshole. And Fires comes in and drops another $10. Holy shit! And he doesn't say anything again. He just drops another $10 for no reason. He's up to $250, ladies and gentlemen. The man is out of control. Holy Jesus Christ. And then right after that, I look down, I see the yellow, I see the orange. The man drops another $20. Dude, you gotta stop, please. Please. Your wife is gonna flip out. Your wife is gonna flip out, not my wife. Oh, yeah, he says, nah, Mag, his wife is gonna flip out. Dude, your wife is gonna divorce you. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop, Fires. You gotta stop. Your wife's gonna divorce you. She's gonna be like, you gave $270 to some fucking bald asshole? That's what's happening? That's what this marriage is about? I've literally created Fires' entire family in my head. He says for $20, he says it's paired with a 48-inch LG G1. Jesus Christ, dude! Waiting for a 6090. I would have had a 5090, but it wasn't available. Fuck my life, dude. You take gaming very seriously. That's awesome. And thank you for the Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm saying this. Thank you for the $270 friggin' dollars this man has said. Please stop sending me super chats. I'm actually starting to feel bad now. I'm actually starting to feel bad now. Deceiver's like, bro, just won the lottery. Definitely stole a credit card. Fires, it's so funny. It's not too far off. Yeah, you gotta stop, dude. I don't want to get you in trouble with your wife, all right? Please. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much for all the support, man. It's absolutely amazing. Let's have a drink on the man. Let's have a drink on the man. The Fires. Oh. I already had a scenario in my head that if a doctor ever said, by the way, you're allergic to beer, if you drink beer, you're going to die, I'd be like, all right. So what I would do is I would buy a case of beer, put it in the fridge, chill it, and then what I would do is I would have a Viking party. And I would have everybody at the Viking party be feast. Food, which of course I would cook all of it. Feast of food, and then I would drink all the beer and the food and the meat and the women and the this and the that, and then I would just die. and I would go to Valhalla and be in the halls of my fathers. That's what I would do. I can't stop it. It's so good. Like, it's so good. How can you not do that? Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't get it. Someone asked me a question. Said, you missed my question. Oh, it's Emperor Hound. You missed my question. Okay, Emperor Hound. Dude, do me a favor. I'm going to go grab another beer, and I'm going to go pee. So I'll be right back. Don't leave, everybody. Because you don't buy beer, you just rent it. Emperor Hound, do me a favor. Put the question back in the chat. Okay? So put the question back in the chat. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute and a half. All right, maybe a minute 40 because, you know, water and beer. You know how that goes. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Magnum is like, Mag ran to his wife and said, we're eating lobster tonight. What do you mean the backdrop doesn't fit the Mag? What are you talking about? It's summertime. So, like, summertime, like, it's all about the beach and stuff, right? So I figured I'd do this. Look, see? Got beach going on. You know, the ocean's moving. You got some little, like a little sailboat over there and whatever. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. I thought it was nice. I have another one for the fall ready to go when the fall happens. Like, after Labor Day, I'm going to change the dynamic backgrounds and all that stuff to the fall. And then, of course, I have one for Halloween. But what I may do is actually skip the fall entirely. And then just go right to Halloween. Because, in my opinion, as soon as Labor Day hits... Like, literally, the day after Labor Day, it's Halloween, okay? It's Halloween time. Speaking of which, I got queued up for tomorrow, folks, and I'm very excited for it. Hold on. The magic moment. Ready? Oh, God, that sound. Deceiver, what the hell are you even talking about? Does Canada even have sea? We have the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Pacific Ocean is in Vancouver, and the Atlantic Ocean is on the East Coast, where we have all the Newfies and stuff, man. What are you talking about? The backdrop should be a moose. You know what I mean? We have two oceans. We're no different than America, you know. If you look at the map, you see Canada. By the way, we're like 4 times the size of America. And we got the Atlantic Ocean over here and the Pacific Ocean over here. Same like you guys. It's the same shit. You know how it goes. Where's my question, by the way? Where the hell is he? Emperor Hound, where's your question? I don't see you in the chat anymore. Did you leave? I hope you didn't leave. He's probably listening somewhere. He's probably doing something. Yeah, 4 times the taxes. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. I know ASMR on the beer can opening. I could listen to that. Ben Angelo is asking me, how much is a 12 of Ultras in Canada? They're $24 in New Zealand. Tall boys or regular cans? You got to be very specific, Ben Angelo. Oh, that's right, Pat. Pat Smith said you forgot the Arctic. We also have the Arctic Ocean, which the United States does not have. However, you can't really live there because it's like minus 8,000 degrees. You'll like literally die on impact the minute like you walk out there with no like protection. My uncle used to be he's a mining engineer for Shell. You know Shell? Like Shell, the oil company. And he used to go up to the Arctic where they had like drill sites and shit. And he says you couldn't even go outside. The only thing that could survive outside were wolves. And so they would have to go outside in like spacesuits. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And he's like, no, we have to go out like with spacesuits with like helmets on and everything else, because if you exposed your flesh, you would instantly freeze. Oh, okay, there's the question. Emperor Hound, he says, I asked if you could give Halo to another studio to make, who would you give it to? I would do a collaboration with id Software and the Coalition. No, hold on. I'm gonna rephrase that. Sorry, my bad. I'm gonna change my answer. id Software in collaboration with Machine Games. Done. Okay, id Software and Machine Games and 343. I don't give a shit what you call them now. Get rid of it and get rid of the policy. Get rid of the 18-month policies and all that jazz. It's nonsense. The regular size cans, about the same price, Ben Angelo, about the same price. Maybe a little bit cheaper because the tall boys, which is what I drink, I drink the tall boys, which are a pint. 12 of those are $36 for 12 pints. They're $3 a piece. They're not even, no, sorry, they're like $2.75 or whatever. They're like or $2.50 or $2.75 Canadian for each tall boy. So about between $33 and $36, somewhere around there. Yeah. So yeah, we're not that far off. Australia pays a little bit more than we do. He raged quick because you ignored his question. I just answered it. I would say collaboration between id Software or whatever's left of them, the 24% that's left of id Software and Machine Games. I think that they would make an excellent Halo game. And 343 with their 18 months. Listen, I'm not shit talking the people that work there. I really am not, because it's not really their fault. But the people who have like the 18-month the 18-month like hiring policies and shit, that's got to stop, because you're not going to get any kind of like momentum from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you get momentum from that if you work for 18 months? By the time you get used to the engine and you figured it out and you're able to like be able to utilize and optimize properly with it, you're gone. And then you're just sent out to the wind, and then a new group of people who have no idea what the fuck they're doing with it are sent in to do it. No wonder the games are fucking dog water. Although I liked Halo Infinite, I liked the Halo 5, I liked Infinite, and I'm enjoying Campaign Evolved quite a bit. But there's a lot of problems around it. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. I don't know. That's just the way I see it. They need to. I'm telling you right now that with all the news that we talked about earlier tonight when we had the subject and the topic about Halo and all the drama that's going on behind the scenes at Halo Studios /343, I'm telling you right now, that 1,600 layoffs, I bet you a good portion of that is going to be at Halo Studios. I'm telling you right now, that's the way I see it. Glinzer, a member for 10 months, comes in, drops a member chat. He says, you need more mods. You think you can trust Fires? Of course I can. Of course I can. But that's assuming he even wants to be one. That's up to him. That's entirely up to him. He could say something about it. Fire said something about it. He goes, oh, there it is. Fires. He goes, just a mechanic from Michigan that owns a shop, makes too much money, and makes too much money. Okay, you're a mechanic. Excellent. Love blue collar, man. Blue collar's the way. Dude, until I did my stint in the corporate world for 2 decades, I've been blue collar the entire time. You know, being in the restaurant business and everything else, man. I was in the trenches, getting down and dirty, fires, the whole 9 yard, man. The whole 9 yards. PS Vet, I agree with you. I agree with you. Now, we're going to have to see how... in my opinion, though, PS Vet, I think that they're going to have 2 hits on their hands. I think that Gears of War E-Day is going to be a hit. I think it's going to be a great game. As for being a hit, I don't know, because it's not going to PlayStation. It's going to be on Steam. Not that PlayStation is like the end-all. I'm just saying. It's console exclusive. But the thing is, I think that a lot of the people that are going to consume Gears of War E-Day will be on Game Pass, and that's not going to move the needle for them the way that they want to, because Asha Sharma, who has specifically said so, that they're focusing more on sales.
Asha Sharma wins. Fatality.
And then you've got Satya Nadella.
Satya Nadella.
They're focusing on sales now, because they clearly know that the Game Pass subs are not going up. They're stagnant at this point, and as a result of that, they're not making the income that actually is making them money, because they literally said that we're still not making money. We saw the last financials. The financials are still in the minuses, and she says we are going to be profitable by the end of 27. The only way to do that is to focus on sales. Now, the thing is, the key is, without them saying it, but they're saying it, I know that sounds kind of weird that I'm saying that. They're not saying it, but they're showing it with their actions, not words, is the fact that every single Xbox first-party game has a 5-day early fucking access for $30 to $40. Why do you think they're doing that? Do you think they're doing that because they love you? Do you think they do that because they care about you? No. They're doing it, PS Vet, and everybody else. They're doing it because they are not making enough money from Game Pass, because there simply isn't enough subscribers. That's it. It's no fanboy shit, no nonsense, no console warring. If they, and I said earlier in the show, if they had 60 million subs in Game Pass, which they had projected, by the way, for 2026 during the ABK trials, we would not be having this conversation. Then we would say Game Pass is it. It's doing its thing. It's making a shitload of money. They're in the black, not in the red, whatever, blah, 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 and on and on and on. But the fact that they're still sitting at under 30 million right now, or very close to 30 million, that's not enough. It's literally half of what they had projected, because they didn't do a projection for no reason. They did a projection because that's what they actually needed to support $300 million projects, $400 million budgets on these massive games. And that's why Asha is cutting back, because she needs to gain that money somehow. And on top of all of that, they offer early access for every single fucking game they release for a reason. Because they need to make up the money that they're not making on the sales for people consuming on Game Pass. Now, am I vilifying the Game Pass subscriber? Absolutely not. Go ahead. Go do your thing, man. Do your thing. Let your freak flag fly, baby. Go ahead and consume every game on Game Pass that they are offering, because that is your choice and your right as a consumer to save as much money as humanly possible and take advantage of it while you can. And that's why I'm telling you, and I'm telling you right now, that after Clockwork Revolution, there will be no more Day One Game Pass games coming. This is my thought and opinion, not a fact. I'm just saying that I don't think that any more Day One games are coming to Game Pass after Clockwork Revolution. Everything that they've already promised you, even though those promises are false, because I sat there in LA and watched them say that Senua was going to be a Day One Game Pass game, and I also saw that State of Decay 3 will be a Day One Game Pass game, and those studios were fucking sold. Right? So they can go back on that word. But all of those first-party games get those early access, and they charge, well, they charge $20 US. However, I just got the premium upgrade today, by the way, for Gears of War. It cost me $45 fucking dollars for the upgrade.
Yeah!
Okay? That's half a price of a game, and that's just so I can get early access to it, because I'm already a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber right now. So I was already getting Gears of War E-Day. But do you think I'm going to let some other fucking channel get the 5-day jump on this motherfucker? Not a chance. Mag is going to be there 5 days early playing the campaign, streaming it on the channel every single night. And I'll tell you this right now, folks. I know I have a history of doing this, but I'll tell you right now that Wolverine and Gears of War E-Day, I will stream those games from opening credits to ending credits. I don't care how many days it takes. We're doing it here on the channel for both of those games. Okay? So I'm already playing those games. You think I'm going to let someone else get a 5-day jump on me? No. But it cost me 45 Canadian dollars to do that upgrade. Why do you think they're doing that? Because they're not making the money on Game Pass. The minute you realize that, I mean, I think everybody's, well, not everybody, but most people have realized that by now, that that's exactly what the case is. Otherwise, why are they doing it? They're not doing it for the benefit of you. I hate to be that guy, guys. You know, but you come to this channel for the truth, not for the fucking, not for fairy tales and lollipops and rainbows. I'm coming here to tell you the truth. Corporations don't give a fuck about you. They're here to make money, and they're not making money on Game Pass, and therefore, that's why they keep charging these premiums for early access to make up for the loss of sales. And that's why when you hear Asha Sharma and Matthew Ball and Satya Nadella talking about their business plans, and what do they talk about? They talk about everything but Game Pass. Because they're going to remove that day and date by the end of next year. Clip this, put it in a file, put it in your closet, wait for it, because when shit goes down, you could pull this clip out from August 4th of 2026 and goes, Mag was fucking right. That's all I gotta say. Hey, Game Secret, how you doing, buddy? He goes, Xbox needs to hire Mark Carney. He's a master strategist. That's right, call me Carney, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Falcon, how you doing, man? Desert Cruises. Hey, we got new people in the chat now all of a sudden. Yeah, I love this. I love it. I'm telling you, listen. And the funny thing is, for people who don't seem to understand where I come from, this is not shit talking Xbox. This is not hates for Xbox. If anybody who's on Xbox who has me as a friend, you've been seeing I've been playing on Xbox almost every day for the last couple of, well, not every day, but like a lot of days I've been playing because there's something to play. I've been playing Halo, I've been playing Beast of Reincarnation, whatever, and I'm going to be playing Plague Tale Resonance coming up. We're going to be playing Gears. But this Thursday we're going to be playing Gears, and Friday we're going to be playing Gears. I'm there. I'm just putting out the realities of what Asha's there for. Asha's not your fucking friend. I met her face to face. I talked to her. I sat there. I talked to her. Cute little thing, by the way. I fucking love her, man. She's cute. She's cute. Gotta say that. But anyways, I sat and talked to her, whatever. I'll tell you this. She's there for business. And as a wise man once said, from New York City, from Yonkers, I know he's out there listening. He's pretending he's not, but he's out there listening. I know he does. Friend of mine from Yonkers. Did many shows with him. I'll let you guys figure out who I'm talking about. Did many shows with the man. He said it ain't show friends. It's show business. I'll let you guys speculate in the chat of who I'm talking about. Hey, Lou Bega, how you doing, man? I see your name in the chat there. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Oh, dude, Fires, she's so cute, man. You know what's funny? She's like half a foot shorter than my wife. And my wife is already a hobbit. And she's like half a foot shorter than that. She's like a horse jockey. She's like so I could literally pick her up with like one hand. I would just be like, when I shook her hand, nope. Nate Dogg, you're wrong. But Z Birdman was very close. Z Birdman said Mr. Boomstick. No, not Mr. Boomstick. But I'll give you a hint, Z Birdman, because you were so close. He was a panel member, and so was I on that very show. I'm not talking about Noof, Jay Slayer. So Z Birdman was the closest. Let's see if you guys can nail who this is. Magnum, cut it out.
In the dungeon! Turn around in the dungeon!
I was a panel member on a show with Mr. Boomstick XL. Good friend of mine, by the way. Go check out his channel. Lovely human being. It was so awesome to meet him in person finally after podcasting with the man for 4 years. And then I had to leave the show because of scheduling conflicts. Emperor Hound, I don't give a fuck. I'll tell my wife right to her face that Asha Sharma's cute. I don't give a shit. Anyway, when I shook her hand was like a miniature. You guys remember Scary Movie 2? You remember the guy with the little hand? Remember the guy who said, "I'm gonna mix your mashed potatoes for you," and he had like the little hand. Asha Sharma's hand is the size of that hand. She's the tiniest little thing. It's hilarious. The Mooch Cope Fire Show. Kay Asante? Falcon, you're very close. You're very close. This is kind of fun as you guys are trying to figure it all out. Z Birdman said Kay Asante as well. No. By the way, I also met Kay Asante in LA for the first time. He is a man. Let me tell you something. I hope he's listening. I'm sure he's not at this point. And he may not, even if he does listen to my show, he probably won't get this far in the show. But if he does, Kay Asante is literally a beacon of positivity and energy that it's just infectious. That man is just beaming with like positive energy and enthusiasm, and just like it's incredible. Like you come in vicinity, like I'm a guy, I work off vibes, you know what I'm saying? Like I can like figure out a dude in like 10 seconds. The minute you walk up to me, and as I'm reaching out my hand to shake your hand, I already know if I'm gonna like you or not like you. Only because your vibe or your aura, or as my Jamaican friends say, me spirit no take to this one. You know what I'm saying? And like I know within like a few seconds, because I could sense your vibe, your soul, whatever. Kay Asante is hands down just a beacon of fucking light, man. I know it sounds crazy, but like the dude is always like so fucking enthusiastic, so hyper in a good way, so positive, and just the energy that comes off that man is just nothing but happiness and positivity. I fucking love it. I would like surround myself with that man like 24/7 if I could. He's amazing. Love him. And the person who wins it is Nate Dogg. He gets it. It was Nate Dogg who got it right. The man who says it ain't show friends, it's show business is none other than Everborn Saga. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Everborn Saga. He's the one who says that. Now, he didn't coin the phrase, but he's the one who made it famous, at least in my opinion, on YouTube. And yes, it's Everborn Saga who says it ain't show friends, it's show business. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to Asha Sharma. Asha Sharma is 100% all about the business. Even at the expense of your feelings, it's going to be what it's going to be. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. And I got to tell you this. As much shit as I talk about Xbox, and it's not about, oh, he's a hater or he's a pony. No, I'm being critical of their business that has clearly sucked giant cock for the last 13 years, is that I've been there for 21 years as a paying customer. I want to see it better. And you know what I say? I'm going to say this right now. Look at this. Hear me out. Go for it. I say go for it. I want them to go for it. Make everything exclusive. Make a run at it. Go for it. You can't do anything unless you go. Rocky Balboa, okay? You can't do it half-assing it or giving in or whatever else. Just fucking go. I say go for it. Go for broke. Go for broke. Go for it. Make a run at the title. Take a shot at the title. Do whatever you got to do. Because that's exciting to me. That gives me energy. It feeds me energy. It feeds me like that need to succeed. I know that rhymed, but you know what I'm saying? Like that need to succeed, that need to, the need to like flourish, the need to like just go for it. And I say go for it. I'm actually a supporter of it. I say fucking go for it. If you're gonna do it, go for it. Go for broke. They won't do that because they have investors to, to appease to. But I'm just saying, deep down inside, there's a part of me that says just do it. But most people misunderstand me because they don't pay attention. And they're not nuanced. A lot of people are very single-minded in the way they think and whatever else. They're like, oh, he said this, then he's a pony. He said this, then he's an Xbot. He said this, he's a Nintendork or whatever the fuck they call those people. You know what I mean? Or furries or whatever. So, like, they don't understand. They don't understand nuance. They don't understand. Like, I want that stuff to happen. Go for it. I say go for it. But anyways, the reality is, Ash is going for business. And I say, listen, man, make the business profitable because this actually only benefits you if you're an Xbox gamer. It benefits you in the long run because then you'll continue to get your games. If they decide to go third-party publishing with everything, how does that affect you on Xbox? Like that's something that I always brought up too. Like, how does that make any sense? Who fucking cares if like 1 million people on PlayStation buy, I don't know, Fallout 5 or something? How does that affect you on Xbox? Are you on the Xbox? Yes. Are you happy on Xbox? Yes. Are you getting the games? Yes. Then shut the fuck up. Who cares who else is playing it? Are you getting it? Are your friends there? Then that's all that should matter to you, right? Now, if they decide to go the other way, then go for it. And if a PlayStation guy gets pissed off because this game's not coming to PlayStation, then guess what? If you want to play it, do what everybody else did when they were on Xbox and they went to PlayStation to go play God of War, then go buy the fucking Xbox. It's pretty simple, right? So I say go for it. Or if they decide to go third party, do that too. Who gives a fuck? I just say go for it and just like, you know what the thing is? At the end of the day, it's more beneficial for what she's doing. And I'm not defending all her stuff because I think a lot of stuff that she's doing is a little bit too cold. But I'm saying from a business point of view, I like the idea or the trajectory of where they're going with it. So go for it. By the way, there's something else, another grievance now that I'm already on the... Magnum says, totally disagree, you need exclusives. Magnum, here's the thing, buddy. I know that the chat is slightly delayed, but what I'm trying to say is I'm leaving the option open both ways, Magnum. So if you decide to go for exclusives, I say go for it. But if they decide not to, then I say go for that too. How does that affect your life? You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm trying to say, Magnum. I'm saying like from both sides, just do something. Commit to something. Long story longer. Commit to something. The problem is they keep committing to nothing, and that's why they're the topic of conversation on every fucking show on YouTube and Twitter Spaces and all the other stuff. It's because they will not commit. LFL, I make homemade hamburgers with 0 salt in them. 0 salt. Because I don't eat salt. Well, not much anyway. Very little. Sorry, this is a totally off-topic question because he asked me a question about what's my favorite hamburger restaurant. I make burgers at home that are huge. Like 8-ounce, 9-ounce burgers. I make them handmade. And then what I do is I freeze them and whatever else. And I put 0 salt in them. And let me tell you something. When someone eats one of my burgers and they're going, God damn it, bro, that's the best fucking burger I've ever eaten in my life. It's so juicy and so good and so soft and so amazing and so tasty or whatever. And then I'm like, I put 0 salt in that. It's the magic ingredients I put in there with no salt. Deceiver saying Xbox needs a lot more exclusives. Well, here's the thing, Deceiver, getting back to that. They need to commit to something. Phantom Thief, how you doing? He agrees. He says the mixed messaging is getting tiring. Yes, commit to something. I think the problem is, too, by the way, if I may, now that we're down this road. By the way, I'm going to shit all over Sony in just 2 seconds. Not Sony, but don't worry. We'll get to that in a second. Because I'm already on a fucking rampage right now. Now y'all got me on a rampage. Commit to something. I don't care what it is, but the things, case by case, Case by case. What the fuck is that? Case by case. Show some balls. Do something. I don't know. It's just me. Anyways, the Sony thing. We're going to get into that right now. This blackout that they're doing on like August 23rd to 30th or whatever the fuck it is. Biggest waste of time I've ever seen in my fucking life. You decide to do a blackout. See, this is why I'm calling out the bullshit, okay? This is why I'm calling out performative bullshit. And by the way, someone really pissed me off in my, and it still sticks in my head, because it got to me. It got to me. Folks, it got to me. Sometimes, like I said, I can deflect a lot of bullets, okay, like Superman. But once in a while, one of those bullets gets through my armor. It really pisses me off. When I did the video about a week and a half ago saying, I refunded Halo, hear me out. You guys remember that video? A lot of people watched that. Great video. I know I just sounded like... I just praised myself. I didn't mean to praise myself. It was a great video. It was the best video you've ever seen. Videos have never been made so good. Never been better. Mag's Halo videos like nothing you've never witnessed before in your life. Never seen anything like it. Anyways, that video, I was being dead honest. I was being completely honest. I said, I'm refunding the premium. So if anybody actually watched the fucking video, like that asshole definitely didn't. And I said, I did not refund the game. I refunded the premium edition because I got robbed of 2 out of the 5 days of the early access, whatever. And I thought that wasn't worth it, right? On and on. This guy puts in the comment, he goes, your video is performative bullshit. I'm like, what? How is that performative? So I responded to him. And I usually don't respond to people like that. But I respond to him. And I'm like, it's not performative at all. I'm like, I actually did get the refund. I said, I don't know if you're new to the channel. I said, but I don't bullshit here. If I fucking say I do something, I did it. And I commit to it. I did it. Anyway, that pissed me off. Anyways, the reason why I'm bringing up performative bullshit is that if you're going to black out Sony, why the fuck did you decide to pick the 1 week where there's no games coming out to not be on PlayStation? Right before the Labor Day long weekend when everybody's touching grass and touching ass? How about this? Let me call you out. That was my alt. Magnum! How about this? How about this? Blackout people. The people who are doing the blackout on August 23rd to 30th. How about you do the blackout on September 15th to the 22nd? That's a week. Oh, wait a minute. Let me tell you why. Oh. Could it be because Wolverine's coming out? Why don't you do it then? Not do it August 23rd to the 30th when no one's playing video games anyway because it's the Labor Day long weekend, or in the vicinity of that. It's the last week of the summer. How about here's another one. How about you do the blackout on October 23rd to the 30th, the day that Call of Duty comes out? Why don't you black out then? So there's two weeks you could do. If you got the fucking balls and you mean what you say, then black out the day that Wolverine drops. Why don't you black out the day that Call of Duty drops? September 15th, October 23rd. How about you black out November 19th to the 26th? How about you do those 3 days? You want to show me how much balls you have and how much you hate Sony and want to stick it to them? Why don't you do it the week that GTA 6 drops? What's that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What's that? Oh, because you pre-ordered it digitally? You fucking frauds. Fuck off. I'm tired of it. And that's why the movement, and it sucks, and I'll tell you why it sucks. It sucks because the legitimate people who have a reason to be pissed off about physical games being phased out in the next year and a half, whatever, those people unfortunately get lumped in with the performative assholes who ruined it for everybody else. Because I feel for those people. I actually support the people who want physical. I know it's not a reality. I know it's not a business reality, and it's not going to happen. That's why Microsoft didn't say anything. That's why Nintendo didn't say anything. They didn't push back. That's why Ubisoft didn't push back. That's why EA didn't push back. That's why none of Take-Two didn't push back. That's why none of them push back. Because they're all doing it. They're just happy that Sony's taking the bullets for it. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, why don't you pick those days? But they won't. Because the majority of those people, and it sucks because it's the cry wolf situation. It's a cry wolf scenario that the people who are actually legitimately have grievances with the situation and are unfortunately getting lumped in with performative people looking for clicks and attention. Unfortunately, they're getting lumped in with them, and their movement is now dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's over. And the fact that nobody else came out to push back against it just shows you there is no physical future. There never was going to be one. It's kind of like the end of Terminator 3. Remember the end of Terminator 3? Spoiler alert. When John Connor and what's her face there? Claire Danes. When Schwarzenegger finally pushes him into the nuclear facility, it wasn't to stop Judgment Day. It was to survive it. So when we watched 3 movies, I fucking love that ending, by the way. You watch those 3 Terminator movies, everybody thought it was about stopping Judgment Day. And then when you get to the end of the 3rd movie, when Schwarzenegger's like half skeleton fucking T-800 pushes him into the nuclear facility and then the door closes, whatever. And then when they finally realized that it was never about stopping Judgment Day, it was about surviving it, that is exactly what's happening with the physical gaming industry. And like I said, it sucks for the people who do it because I support them. I support the people who wanted physical. I do. Because I support choice. I support choice for the consumer. However, it's not the reality, and that's fine. But everybody else, you pick a week that nobody's gaming anyway. It is statistically, by the way, you could look the shit up on Google. There's a thing called Google. It is statistically the lowest engagement week of the entire fucking summer. Spring, summer, and into the fall. So technically, if you want to think about it, 3/4 of the year, it's actually statistically the lowest point of video game online engagement is the last week of August. How about that, folks? That's the week you pick. That means that you have no conviction. That's the way I see it. Hadouken! How you doing, buddy? Thank you. Hadouken gets it. He goes, no diss, no buy, fail because it was taken over by grifters. 100%, buddy. 100%. And it sucks. And it sucks because, like I said, I support consumer choice way over corporations. They can go fuck themselves. But it got taken over by grifters and people looking for attention, clicks, money, subs, super chats, whatever the fuck. That's just the way it goes. And it's unfortunate. However, it wasn't going to change the outcome, but at least they would have had a voice in the community. And if you're looking for Xbox to save you, you better look somewhere else. Because they have the best option. I know we've talked about it on the channel a couple times already, but like their disc to digital option is by far the best solution. And kudos to Xbox. I'll give kudos to Xbox for coming up with a solution that's actually viable and very, very smart. I love the idea of disc to digital. What a great idea. Great. I mean, that's your best option. Sony has not given you that option. Nintendo certainly don't really care. They're going to go all digital at some point. The other publishers, whatever. So when you're looking for future games, I wouldn't look for that. But if you have a wall behind you full of games or whatever, and you have the disc to digital program, at least for the Xbox games, that works. And that's a great idea. Anyways, I think it's good. That's the way I see it. Game Boy Goat, how you doing, man? He goes, sorry I missed the show. It's all good, brother. You're here now. He goes, well, watch on the replay. Yeah, we're just having community talk now. It's just me going off. Hero Down Under, you sold or traded 35 of your 163 disc games already. All right, fair enough. And that's another thing that they're actually banking on. And I said that before. Hey, Biddy Boo, how you doing, man? I know I said hi to you earlier, but like the fact that you're still here is amazing. That was like, I said hi to you like 3 hours ago. You know, it's funny, Hero Down Under, when you say I'm only keeping a very curated set of discs. That's funny because I actually did the same thing with my DVDs and my Blu-rays. I don't know if you, I may have mentioned it before. When I first got married with my wife, she was a DVD and Blu-ray collector, and so was I, right? Video games, I never collected the physicals. What I used to do is I would buy 2 or 3 games, right? Because it was all physical at that point, right? And when I was done those games, I would take those 3 games when I was done with, like 100% done with them, whether it was Xbox or PlayStation. I would platinum them or get 1,000 out of 1,000 achievement points. I would put them on the bottom of my, like, I had like a little, the DVD towers. Remember those things? And I put them at the bottom of the tower. Those were traded. So when I ever had enough, I would take like 3 or 4 or whatever when I was done with them, and I'd take them back to GameStop, and I would trade them in, and I would get like 1 new game and like a used game for free, so to speak, with the trade-ins. Right? So I never collected those. However, I collected DVDs and Blu-rays. And I had, no joke, walls. No arcade machines. I never owned those yet. Walls. Thousands and thousands of DVDs and Blu-rays. Then I married my wife. And guess what? I inherited more movies. It was insane because she had bookshelves filled with DVDs and Blu-rays. So you know what we did is eventually we started transferring them all to digital. And then we put them on hard drives, right? We put them on hard drives, and I have a media player. So I have a media player attached to my TVs and shit. And I would collect them on hard drives. And some of the hard drives were like 4 terabytes, like those big ass hard drives. And we would put them all and categorize them on the things. And what we did is we sold all the DVDs and Blu-rays, and you'll never believe this. With the money we made from the DVDs and Blu-rays, we took our whole family of 4 to fucking Disney World. Paid for the whole goddamn thing. Hey, Italian Gangster. Glad to see you're still here, buddy.
Oh, no.
This is for you, buddy.
Ringe.
So, yeah, I paid for the whole family to go to Disney World with that. So, anyways, now there's no more physical in my house. However, getting back to what Hero Down Under was saying, I kept a few. I kept my original Indiana Jones box set. I kept my original Star Wars original trilogy box set. I kept my original prequel trilogy, a Star Wars box set. I have the original 6 movies of Star Trek of the original cast box set, and of course my prized possession, which I'm gonna grab right now. This is my prized possession. I have the Lord of the Rings Special Extended Edition DVD box set. It's 24 DVDs. Each movie is 4.5 hours. Well, 4 hours plus. And they look like the Elven books from that you actually see, by the way, in Fellowship of the Ring. And I kept this, and this is a prized possession of mine. And when you open these bad boys up, it's literally the Elven books from Lord of the Rings. And then when you open them up, like really open them up, it's got all the maps and everything and booklets and everything of Middle-earth and all that shit. Look at this. It's crazy. And it's got like full books and everything. I kept that one. I kept that. That's my prized possession. Now, on top of all that, there's another one, which I don't know where it is. My wife hid it because she's scared to death of it. I have the original, and this thing cost me like, God damn it, it cost me like $60 or $70. I have the original Evil Dead movie on Blu-ray. And the book itself is actually designed, you'd never believe this. It's actually designed by Stan Winston. Before he died, he made the wrapping of the DVD box set or whatever of The Evil Dead, and it actually feels like human flesh, and it's actually the Book of the Dead with like the human face on it. You guys know the one I'm talking about, the Necronomicon? So when you actually hold it up, it's actually the Necronomicon, and like the face is on the front, and even the back of the box, you could see the ear that was stretched around it. So it literally looks like a human face was stretched around the Necronomicon. And when you open it up, there's a full like half an inch thick book. And when you open it, it has all the demonic pictures and all the things that you would recite to actually activate the Necronomicon. I have that fucking thing. Now the crazy thing is, if you put it in, now it says in there. It says if you put it in the freezer for about 20 minutes, the box set, and you take it out, and you put your hands on it. Sorry, DVD. Yeah, Glinzer. Sorry, not Blu-ray. When you touch it, it actually feels like dead flesh. And it was literally designed by Stan Winston right before he died. The fucking master of horror. Anyways, what I used to do is I used to take that fucking I used to take the Necronomicon and I used to put it in different spots of the house because my wife is scared to death of that fucking box, of like that thing. She's scared shitless of it. So I used to put it in different spots and scare the crap out of her. So like I would put it in the freezer and I'd be like, honey, can you grab me an ice cube from the freezer? Whatever. So she'd open the fucking freezer, and then there's the Necronomicon right there. She'd start screaming, right? And I would just piss my pants laughing. Of course, that was the last thing I did because all of a sudden she started doing the Irish kick-ass on me. She started like kicking me in the ribs and stuff while I'm on the ground, and she'd get mad. Or else, what else I used to do is I would take it, and when she would go to bed, I'd put the Necronomicon on the pillow next to her head. So when she would wake up and she would open her eyes, the fucking Necronomicon was like staring her in the face, and she would fucking wake up screaming, and I'd be sitting right there just like laughing my ass off, right? So yeah, I used to do that. But anyways, I still have that. It's in the other room, but she hid it because she doesn't want it displayed because it scares her. Little does she know that I have a boomstick and I'm Ash myself. So, hey, Quack of War, how you doing, man? What is he saying? He goes, my prize movie, my prize movie Pacific Rim Blu-ray comes with 4 discs, 2 for the movie, 1 for behind the scenes. Awesome. I love behind the scenes stuff. From start to finish, and 1 for the movie, but with commentary. That's awesome. I love that. Sheldon Cooper, how you doing? Sheldon Cooper says, at one point in my life, I had over 2,000 DVDs and Blu-rays. Yeah, dude, Sheldon, let me tell you something. I had even more than that. I literally had in the thousands beyond that. But I got rid of the physical collection. I transferred everything to digital. We sold all of the physical stuff, and we went to Disney World with it because, well, okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. A family of 4 from Canada to go to Disney World in Florida for 1 week is $10,000 fucking dollars. $10,000, and we paid for that with selling all our Blu-rays and DVDs and all the box sets. It's not leather bound, Desert Cruiser. It's not leather bound. It's literally made with a special like material that feels like dead flesh. It's really fucked up, man. I'm gonna find it before my next stream, and I'll bring it on the stream. I'll put it up on the camera so you guys can see it. It's really cool. But you should see like the book that comes inside. It's literally got like all the demonic shit, and it's got like all the pictures and like hand pictures of like all the demons and stuff or whatever, and like all the what do they call them? What the fuck do they call those demons? Deadites. It has like all the different versions of the Deadites and stuff like that, and it's all like scrawled as if it was written in human blood. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, dude, Bean. Hey, the Bean. How you doing, buddy? He goes, your wife is terrified of clowns. Yeah, my wife is also scared shitless of clowns. Falcon, we sold them on eBay and Facebook Marketplace, dude. We sold them all on there. So what my wife did is she would take like different genres. So she'd be like, okay, horror, like classic horror. So she took all my Vincent Price DVDs and Blu-rays, and she put them in a box, and she's like, classic horror $100, you get the whole box. And that's it, right? Or whatever. And then you got the box of those. And then she would go like, 80s horror. So she had like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Child's Play, whatever. We put those in a box. And she's like, $200 for these ones, and on and on and on and on. And that's what we would do. And we just kept doing stuff like that. She would go like, 70s action, 80s kung fu, whatever. And like she would categorize them and then charge accordingly to what they were worth. And people were happy to fucking buy them. Happy. People were like lining up at the end of my driveway, picking up boxes and throwing money at us. We made a lot of fucking money off that. LFL asks, he goes, what do you like better, spicy chicken sandwich or Kung Pao chicken? Kung Pao chicken. I love spicy chicken sandwiches. If you go to Hattie's, like I go to Nashville every single year. Every single year I go to Nashville, and I go to Hattie's. Y'all from the South, if you know what Hattie's is, you guys know what Hattie's is. I go get myself my chitlins. I get collard greens, my spicy collard greens, and I get my spicy my Tennessee hot chicken sandwich. They're the best of the best, man. I love that shit. Pushing polygons. Did I see your chat earlier? I did not. Did you say a super chat or just a chat? Let me know. Dallas LeBeau! Dallas LeBeau's in the house. By the way, if anybody's tuning in right now, we're talking about games. Like, we are doing that. We kind of went off on a tangent because we were talking about the Sony physical and whatever else. And what we were talking about was the boycott or whatever, the blackout that they're doing. And it's the stupidest day, the stupidest week ever. The week when, like, it's literally statistically the lowest engagement for video games is the last week of August, and that's the week they pick. And I'm like, if y'all had any conviction, you would pick September 15th, October 23rd, or November 19th. 3 of the biggest games of the year. Oh, just a chat. Okay, Polygons, put in the chat right now. Let me go grab a beer. I finished this beer too, so kind of need another one. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Like I said before, you don't buy beer, you just rent it. There you go. Last beer of the night, boys, then I got to sign off. We're already at the 4-hour mark. We haven't done this in a long time. I'm actually happy to do this. This is actually a lot of fun. Yeah, I love it, man. I love it. I love doing this. Okay, so Quack of War. What is he saying here? Horizon 3 is deep in development, my friend. So don't worry about that. And I got to tell you, Horizon Forbidden West is actually one of my favorite PlayStation games of this generation. Loved that game. Absolutely love that game. And if you have a PS5 Pro, Hunter's Gathering. Jesus Christ. I'm reading the rest of your chat here. Horizon Forbidden West on the PS5 Pro is absolutely, like, jaw-dropping to look at. Absolutely incredible. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Great Wall has dropped the Discord once again for the channel members. Go check it out. Pushing Polygons. I just bought 160 games collection. Holy shit, dude. 160 games! From someone, 2,000... Hold on, what's it say here? 2,000 American came in with a Darth Vader PS4. I am seriously building a moat as I'm considering dumping going forward. All right. That's unbelievable. That's amazing. I didn't even know that existed. That's awesome, Pushing Polygons. That's wild. And we got Fires coming in, dropping another $20 super chat, ladies and gentlemen. The man is out of control. There he's getting all kinds of music again. Look at this guy.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
My God, Fires. Stop before you get divorced. Anyways, all joking aside. For $20 US, the man says, I hope they make... Hold on. Fires, you said bald. The only bald is this guy right here. I think you meant to say Blade. I think you meant to say Blade. I will think it's Blade. I hope they make Blade. Also hope that Xbox makes something of Tango's Evil Within. Yeah, because they own the IP. This but of course they won't. When is the Max Payne reboot coming? 2027, my friend. Fires 2027. They've been working on that for 4 years now. So yeah, they've been working on the Max Payne reboots for 4 years now. So we're looking at like 2027 for something like that. I would be very hopeful that it's a two-pack. I'm hoping it's a 2-pack. That they just put the 2 in there, and then that's all there is to it. And then you pay $70 for it, or even if they charge $80. I mean, I wouldn't mind paying $80 for it, $80 US. For both games remade, or they decide to sell them separate. We're going to have to wait and see. But either way, it is coming, and last I heard is that it should be coming out sometime 2027. As for Blade is an entirely other situation, Fires, because as you know, Arcane kind of like disappeared, and they went into like the French Labor Board because of what was happening and all that stuff, because the French Labor Board is very similar to the Canadian one, and I know all the Canadian laws because I dealt with the Canadian Labor Board for many decades, and I know people who run it, and so I know all the Canadian labor laws. They're very, very similar to the French labor laws. As a result of that, you can't just like fire people just because it's not making you money. It has to be dealt with accordingly. A lot of it has to do with compensation. You also have to pay out benefits. You also have to pay out sick days. You also have to pay out vacation days. So they're working all those details out, but I assure you, Blade is being sent out to pasture. So it's... I know people who played the game. I know people who played an entire build of the game, and they said the game is not good. And that's very unfortunate, Fires. It's very unfortunate because I was really looking forward to it, but like even guys I talked to like a year ago were like, yeah, man, this game is not coming along well, and it's not doing well. And then I know some people played it in the spring and played the complete build of the game and said the game is not where it needs to be. And so I would expect the game to just die, unfortunately. It sucks, but it is what it is. It sucks. Silver Wolf says, true, Mag. Do it when it matters, even if it's inconvenient. Exactly. I know what we were talking about. We were talking about, earlier stuff. Grumpy Old Fart comes in, drops a $2 super chat. Grumpy Old Fart is in the house. I know he's been working tonight. He goes, sorry, I don't have the funds for MAGGCAST extended tax. No, dude, you don't have to give me anything, man. Grumpy Old Fart, let me tell you something, man. You have already supplied, literally, you have donated 99% of every game that I have streamed on this channel has come from you, Grumpy Old Fart. You don't have to do anything else. Just like they say in Lord of the Rings, you bow to no one. Thank you, Grumpy Old Fart. How did they describe the game? Hey, Dead Meat, how you doing, man? X-Lands is still in the house. I love to see it. X-Lands, you're exactly right. He goes, Everwild, Contraband, Perfect Dark, all went silent now. Blade. Yeah. Blade is not coming. How did they describe the game? They said it was janky, messy, bad frame rates, and it was one of the guys who I know who played the game said it was boring. And I'm like if I had hair, which I clearly don't, if I had hair, I would rip it out of my head going, how the fuck do you make a vampire hunting, brutally violent video game boring? How? How do you make a video game about a violent vampire killer boring? And I asked him about that because he played it in May. It was about a month before the Xbox showcase. And actually, by the way, if I have to be the guy, same guy that sent me the famous email, which, by the way, we're at 93% of it has come true. We're just waiting for the other 7% to come through before I start fucking gloating about it. Even though I got a lot of hate from the community, but whatever. Anyways, a month before he said, by the way, Blade's not going to be at the showcase anymore. He goes, it was going to be at the showcase, and he goes, they pulled it because it was shit. And that was a month before. So I asked him about it. I said, so what's the deal? And he goes, I played the build. He goes, it's awful. And he goes, it's boring. And I'm like, how the fuck do you make a vampire hunting game boring? How? How do you do that? And he's like, it just was. But he couldn't go into too much detail. So yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Well, see, here's the thing, Falcon. He goes, maybe machine games could... Well, that's the other thing. So what's going on right now... I might as well tell you guys, fuck it. Who gives a shit? Nobody cares at this point. I might as well tell you. Okay, so what's happening right now is that in order to cancel the game, because they made a deal with Disney, who owns Marvel, who owns the IP of Blade, Xbox has to pay a penalty for canceling the game. Okay? That's the deal. That's how it goes. So when you make a deal with somebody, this is how it goes for all corporates, by the way, not just this game. All corporate decisions that are made, and when you make a contract, right? You create a contract for, for a piece of property, for an IP, whether it's a movie, a game, a book, a TV show, whatever. If you do not fulfill that contract, you have to pay a financial penalty for it, right? I talked about that earlier in the show tonight. So now they're in the midst of negotiation between Microsoft and Disney in order to negotiate the penalty paying for canceling the game. I wasn't supposed to tell you guys that, but I'm fucking telling you anyway. So fuck it. What's up, Sabina? How you doing, man? So that's the deal. So right now, they're in the midst of negotiation of paying the penalty for canceling the game. Now, if the penalty for canceling the game is more than finishing the game, then they may reverse that and say, well, fuck it, we might as well just finish the game. And that's all there is to it. However, what a lot of people don't realize is because Disney owns the IP, they also have veto power for quality control of IP that they own. Right? That's very similar. Hey, the atheist is in the house. How you doing, buddy? It's very similar to what goes on with Sony and Spider-Man, and that's why Disney is not allowed to actually take creative control of Spider-Man. The IP, at least the film IP, is owned by Sony. Right? And so they have veto power for creative control of the film. Now, there's something that you guys didn't know, which I will tell you now. There's another little nugget of information I got from my Hollywood people. And no, I'm not bullshitting. Okay, I know some people are like, oh, Mags is full of shit. He's a fake insider. Okay. So my Hollywood people told me this. Very interesting little fact. Did you guys know that Spider-Man Brand New Day was actually going to be another multiverse film with Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield? Yes, and yes. Because they wanted to ride off the success of No Way Home. And as a result of that, they wanted to do another multiverse picture. However, Sony being in creative control of the character, said, no more multiverse. We want a story that we can actually start a new trilogy with, not continue riding off of the popularity of the multiverse stuff. We want to be able to spin our own trilogy, no pun intended, spin our own trilogy. And so Tom Holland and Sony denied the multiverse script, hence the movie we now have. However, Disney was able to still negotiate the Punisher and Savage Hulk in the film to keep continuity, because it will come into play with Secret Wars. If you didn't know, now you know. Punisher, Hulk, and Spider-Man are not in Doomsday. There are 47 superheroes in Doomsday, and the Hulk, Punisher, and Spider-Man, Tom Holland's Spider-Man, are not in Doomsday. They're going to be in Secret Wars. So they negotiated and they met halfway and say, well, let's put Savage Hulk and Punisher in the film with another character, which I won't name for spoiler reasons. And then, of course, Tom Holland's Spider-Man will appear in Secret Wars. So they wanted to keep continuity with the MCU. However, when it came to the script, they vetoed the multiverse idea and said, no, we're not doing that, because we want to be able to spin off, again, no pun intended, into a second trilogy with Spider-Man doing his own thing. So it's very interesting. So that's what they were doing. So anyways, I drink and I know things, Falcon. That's exactly right. Well, it's not that. It's not that. I just know a lot of people. And it was funny, and I've said that before, and I'll say it again. I might as well say it again. I know some people were critical about what I was talking about when the email that I read out on XNC and talked about it, and they're like, well, why would executives at Microsoft talk to a guy with 4,000 subs, 5,000 subs on YouTube? And I'm like, that's because I knew him before I was on YouTube. You got to remember, I was an executive at a multi-billion-dollar corporation before I did YouTube. So I knew all these people beforehand, including my Bitcoin guys and all those fucking people and whatever else. But those were like childhood friends who became really rich, and I didn't because I didn't jump in on it. Idiot. I still kick myself in the ass about it. Spider-Man 5 is happening. Yes, Cybergunter. No, they're not taking a break. They're They're already working on it now. The script is already deep in. They're already deep in writing. The writers' room is already doing the thing. Spider-Man, Tom Holland's Spider-Man will appear in Secret Wars, and then Spider-Man 5, and then Spider-Man 6, and beyond that, I'm not going to talk about what they're doing beyond that, because that could actually get me in a lot of trouble. Yes, Magnum, it's 100% real. Because already, I did the math on it, about 93% of it has already happened. But people forget because, like I said before, the crowd is fickle, Magnum. The crowd is fickle. Yeah. As for the MCU, after Secret Wars, yeah, can't talk about that. But one day we will be able to, when somebody else breaks it. Hopefully somebody else breaks it soon. I can only say one thing. This is wild. Robert Downey Jr. is not done. That's all I'm going to say. I won't say what character he's playing, but he ain't done. He's not doing a 2-picture deal. He's not doing Doomsday and Secret Wars. He's doing a multi-picture deal beyond that. But I'm not going to tell you what character he's playing. You'll have to find that out over time. So, yeah, pretty cool. By the way, I read the Blade script from the movie with Mahershala Ali. I read the third draft of the script, and it was fucking horrible. It wasn't bad writing. The writing was actually not bad. It was the story that was horrible. And that's why Mahershala Ali, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw that. This week he actually walked away from the picture entirely. So he walked away from the picture entirely. He's like, well, and he said it too. He goes, that's on Disney. It's not on me. And also, Mahershala Ali actually trained for an entire year to play the role. He was ready to rock. But they fucked it up because he vetoed the script because the script was shit. So what was happening is that Mahershala Ali's Blade was going to be led around by 4 women, one of them being his daughter and her friends. And then he's like, that's not a Blade movie. He goes, this is a... He basically got cucked in his own movie. Grandpa Barbecue, I'll give you a hint. Downey Jr. is playing a villain in 2 movies. That's it. What do you mean Kevin's lying? Expand on that, Cyber Gunter. Let me know. What are you saying? Yeah, spare eyebrows. That's why Mahershala Ali said fuck that. So apparently the movie, the one that I read, his daughter and 3 of her friends were vampire researchers, not hunters. And then whenever they found something, they would send her dad in to deal with it. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? And so that's why Mahershala Ali said, fuck that, I'm out. Hey, Hermes, how you doing? I know you're there. Unknown. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an unknown caller. We have an unknown caller. They're calling him the Mag with an F. What's that about? What? I don't even know what that means, unknown caller. Either way, Robert Downey Jr. will be back after Secret Wars. After Secret Wars. Well, he's playing Doom. He's playing Doctor Doom, Sean. He's playing Doctor Doom. He's playing Doctor Doom in Doomsday, and he's playing Doctor Doom in Secret Wars when he creates what's it called? Battle World. Right? So he's doing that. Yeah, they redfalled Blade. Yeah, worse. Actually worse, QMax. So what happened is, like, Blade's daughter becomes a vampire researcher and 3 of her little girlfriends, and they're all like fucking Zoomers, like 20 years old or whatever. And then, like, whenever shit goes down, they're like, oh, Dad, can you go deal with it? And then, like, Blade is like, whatever, man. Fuck. Fucking kids. And then he has to, like, go kill some vampires and then whatever. And they were basically leading him around. And then that's what he said. He's like, I'm not fucking doing this. He goes, it's bullshit. So I remember hearing about that, like, Jesus Christ, that was a while ago. That was like a year and a half ago. And then he was like, I'm not fucking doing that. He goes, write a new script or whatever, because he still had veto power for the scripts. And then eventually they kept doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And then he said, you know what, forget it. You guys are lost. And then he said his statement this week was pretty damning. Because he said, don't ask me questions about Blade, ask Disney. And then he walked away. And I was like, bro, that was fucking dirty. Yeah. No, QMax, you are not right. Unfortunately, you were wrong. Yep, Deceiver, that's exactly what it was. And that's why Mahershala Ali walked. But then, anyway, someone asked him on a red carpet this week, because he was, like, doing promotions for something else. And then he says, don't ask me questions about Blade, ask Disney. And then he walked. And I was like, dude, that's fucking cold. So that was pretty crazy. Now, we gotta also remember that Downey Jr. is not very old, but he's getting significantly older. So he's not playing like an action part. He will be more like a mentor, so to speak, in the new MCU, which will focus a lot on the mutants, by the way. Magnum. Yeah, so it's going to be focusing a lot on the mutants. Like, the X-Men are going to be a big focus for the new MCU coming out. I'm having fun with this conversation. This is good. Also, what's his face there? The fuck is his name? Damn it, I always forget his name. The Mandalorian. Reed Richards. What the hell is his name? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. He's going to be Doctor Doom in 2 pictures, Hermes. That's it. No. He's not going to be playing Apocalypse. No. Not doing any of that. I love the Logan movie. Logan movie was great. It was a great movie. Pedro Pascal. Thank you. Great Wall. I couldn't remember his name for half a second. There we go. Everybody's like putting it. Hey, Tucker Nuts. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal and Robert Downey Jr. will be mentors in the new MCU after Secret Wars. How can you guys not figure this shit out? I'm not going to say it. I don't want to get in trouble. You can put it in the chat, though. And I'll just say if you're right or wrong. Who's Robert Downey Jr. going to play? As a mentor. Same with Pedro Pascal. So Pedro Pascal and Robert Downey Jr. will be mentors for the new MCU moving forward, which by the way, will focus a lot on the X-Men because they have such a huge arsenal of characters that they can utilize, right? I mean, they already have some in there now, but I mean, let's face it, at the end of Doomsday, they're all going to die. They're all going to die, and then they're going to all be resurrected for Battleworld, for Secret Wars. Thank you, QMax. You nailed it. Finally, someone said it. I didn't say it. So legally, I didn't say a goddamn word, but QMax said it in the chat. So if anybody wants to know what the answer is, QMax actually said it in the chat. There it is. I was waiting for someone to say it. It doesn't suit him, Hermes. You're absolutely right. No, we don't. Sean Thompson asked in the chat, he goes, do we know what actors will be the mutants in the future universe movies? No, we don't. The only one we know is... the only one that's confirmed is the one that's in Spider-Man Brand New Day, and I don't want to spoil it for Deceiver. So, I'm not saying it. Deceiver, watch yourself in the chat. I didn't say it. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but there is... Yeah, I'm not going to say which actress it is, but there's one in, one's already confirmed. But if you've seen Brand New Day, which I think half the world has already fucking seen it, it made $1 billion in the first 5 days. Which is incredible, by the way. They broke a record. Magnum, I did watch half of He-Man, and it was okay at best. I didn't watch the rest of the movie. I actually walked away from it. I was just like, it's all right. I'll finish it another time. And then it's already been 6 days. Yeah. Careful, guys, in the chat. Careful with your spoilers. Careful with the spoilers. No word on whether Hugh Jackman... I know they made jokes about it. Like, it's like, you're going to be this character till you're 90. But I already know what happens in Doomsday, so like I don't want to spoil that for anybody. He asks, he goes, will Wolverine be part of the MCU reboot? Well, you'll have to watch the first 10 minutes of Doomsday and you'll find out. Yeah, we got ScreenX up here, Sean Thompson. Yeah, we got it. Yeah. Oh, you won't remember? You had a lot to drink? Perfect. Yeah, anyways, you'll find out what happens to Hugh Jackman's Wolverine in Doomsday and Secret Wars. This is fun. I like this. Like, we're just kind of like, we're having a moment here, folks. By the way, if anybody just tuned in, we finished the show 2 hours ago. We're just shooting the breeze now, having a good time. Just talking about movie stuff and whatever. Speaking of movies, actually, by the way, so I was saying tomorrow I'm not really doing much on YouTube unless some news, like some major news drops. And Tuggernauts, careful. It's a pretty big spoiler. Tomorrow, I'm going to be watching 2 films that I've got queued up and ready to rock. It's usually Wednesday's my day off. I'm going to be watching Supergirl tomorrow, which I'm actually looking forward to. And then after that, I've got loaded and locked, ready to rock, folks. I've got Evil Dead Burn. I'll be watching that while I eat my breakfast tomorrow morning. Can't wait. Sergeant Essential, how you doing, buddy? You got sucked in the vortex of Black Flag. Dude, I don't blame you, man. Sergeant Essential, it is literally tied for first place for Game of the Year for me, buddy. Because right now it's Pragmata and Black Flag are Games of the Year. And on the weekend, when I didn't do, I just got back from the cottage, whatever else, and I was on YouTube, I was off YouTube on Saturday and Sunday. I literally played like 6 hours. No, sorry. Saturday I played 7 hours. Can you imagine this? I played 7 hours of Black Flag on Saturday, and then Sunday I played 6 hours of Black Flag. Unbelievable. Yeah, so I'm watching Supergirl tomorrow, and then I'm also watching Evil Dead Burn tomorrow. I've got them queued up, like I said, locked and loaded in the chamber, ready to fire. I can't wait, man. So I'm really into that. You will find out what happens to Deadpool. QMax. Oh, funny you mentioned that, Dallas. He says we need a real Freddy Krueger movie since Robert Englund said he's done, I don't have much faith. Well, funny you say that is that the license has just been renewed for a new Nightmare on Elm Street movie. That's correct, and it's going to be made by the original studio, New Line Cinema. They are making a new Nightmare on Elm Street movie. It was announced about 3 weeks ago. It was about 2 weeks ago. It was announced, and it's ready to rock. So yeah, they're going to be starting production in the fall, and it's not going to be like it's going to be like the writing the writing room is already up and running, and then they're going to do pre-production and whatever else. So I would expect the movie to drop somewhere around 2028. So unfortunately, it's going to be a couple of years, but either way, it's fine. Resident Evil Requiem got bumped to second place, Magnum. Yes. And I love Resident Evil Requiem. I played it 8 times, but I got to tell you, Pragmata there's something about that game. I don't know what the fuck it is. There's something about that game that just grabbed me. And maybe it was like the father-daughter thing, because I have a daughter who's literally the same age as the character in the game. Maybe it was that, but I think it was just the endearing story, the fantastic combat, the incredible graphics, the perfect world that Capcom created in that game, and the gameplay loop was just so perfect. It was just so perfect. So Pragmata somehow won my heart. No, I'm not saying Resident Evil is not good. Resident Evil is still right up there, and I'm talking like a very close second place. But Black Flag is now challenging, in my mind, Pragmata for Game of the Year so far. But I think that if we get to the end of the year, now I'm thinking that actually GTA 6 does not make the cutoff, because usually the cutoff is like between November 10th and 13th of the month or whatever the hell it is. So I don't think that GTA 6 is going to make the cutoff for Game of the Year. Oh, Great Wall, you're in for it, dude. You're in for it. I can't wait for you to play it, and I can't wait to hear what you got to say about it, because Pragmata is just an exceptional experience. It's an exceptional video game from beginning to end. It is damn near fucking perfection. I love that game. Now, Pragmata, as it stands right now, as most remakes do not end up winning Game of the Year, I know Black Flag might be nominated. I'm not really sure. But I'll tell you this. That's right, Matt Collin. How you doing, buddy? He goes, yeah, a small team at Capcom did make Pragmata, and they made the best Game of the Year so far. Now, Black Flag is very close, and like I said, they're tied for first place right now for me personally as the most enveloping game of 2026. Just absolutely exceptional experiences, both of them. But if I were a betting man, I would say right now, unless Wolverine and Gears of War absolutely hit everything on all cylinders, which I expect them to do, but I still think that Pragmata is going to win Game of the Year. Xlands, that's exactly what you should do. He goes, I will play Assassin's Creed Shadows and Black Flag on Ubisoft Plus for $18 in 1 month. Do that. Do all of that. And you will sit there and go, that is the best $18 I ever spent in my life. That's exactly what you're going to do. Because they're, like I said, both incredible games. But as it stands right now, yeah, I mean, like RE9 might still end up as Game of the Year nomination. I think so, because it's literally a 10 out of 10 game. But for some reason, it just got edged out by Pragmata in my mind. E-Day felt amazing today. Sergeant Essential got to play it. All right. I'm glad it was good, man. Well, listen, Sergeant Essential, this Thursday, brother, I will be streaming E-Day beta on the channel Thursday and Friday. So I'll be doing all that. All right, Falcon, have a good night, buddy. Actually, I'm signing off myself, folks. So anyways, I'm going to leave it on this, folks. Well, that was a good community talk. We did over 2 hours of community talk tonight. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. And you know what? I really missed it. Honestly, I really missed it. Because for the last couple of months I've been super busy, and so I've basically been able to do a 2-hour stream, and then that's it. And a lot of times I had to defer them to other days because I was busy and a lot of events and everything else. But it's been pretty wild. But anyways, next week, let me give you guys a little update of what's going on. So this week, Thursday and Friday, I will be streaming Gears of War E-Day beta. We'll be playing that. Any maggots want to join me? Join me. Let's go. We're going to play together. We're going to have some fun. We're going to stream it on the channel. We'll do it right here. Have a good time. We'll do that for Friday Night Live, and we'll do, of course, a special presentation on Thursday as well for Gears of War E-Day. Now, next Tuesday will be MAGGCAST as per usual. And then the week after, I'm going to be away for an entire week. Okay? So I'm going to be away for an entire week. This is the week that I have my annual family reunion. I mean, even though we see each other, like, whatever. There's 20 of us, and we all go up north, and my parents rent this monster fucking cottage, and we spend an entire week up there, just me and my family and my two brothers and their families and my parents, and there's 20 of us, and we just spend an entire week together, just, like, being together. You know what I'm saying? Like, we eat big, huge banquet meals every single night, and we drink, and we do bonfires, and we play in the water, and we do all kinds of stuff, and the kids have a blast and whatever else. So I will not be doing any live shows that week. So next week is business as usual, but 2 weeks tonight I will be away. So what I'm going to do is I can't do any live shows up there because the internet can kind of get a little bit spotty, and I don't want to do a live show and then have the thing cut out on me. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be doing videos up there, which you guys have seen some of my videos before, was me with no shirt on, like next to the dock, and I'm like, hey guys, this is what happened, whatever. I'll do videos and stuff like that while I'm up there for the week, but I will be doing no live shows that week. So no MAGGCAST, no Friday Night Live will be happening that week, and that's not this week, but the week after. So either way, and then of course we'll be back to business as always, and whatever. So yeah, it's all good. But anyways, okay guys, listen, thank you guys all. Hey, Seth Monsters is back in the house. Nice to see you. PS Vet, you asked me a question earlier. I have to answer that before I leave. Where the hell is it? I saw it somewhere. Where the hell was it? What did you say? What did you say? God damn it. I can't find it now. Anyways, whatever. Just DM me. I'll answer it to you. But either way, anyways, thank you guys all for an epic MAGGCAST tonight. It was absolutely amazing. And we'll do it again next Tuesday. We'll have a great time. However, in 48 hours, we'll be right back here on the channel, and we will be doing Gears of War E-Day Beta live play. I'll be streaming it. I'll be swearing. I'll be having a good time. I'll be getting mad at people blowing me up with Nashers and whatever the hell else they do to me. And then, of course, like I said, We're going to play Horde mode. Well, then I'm literally going to invite every single one of you to come join me. Okay? Come join me. We'll play together and all that. Ghosts of Yotei. Thank you, PS Vet. I got the platinum on it. I got the platinum of Ghosts of Yotei, and I got the platinum on Ghost of Tsushima regular edition, and I got the platinum on the director's cut. So I got 3 platinums for 2 games. So yes, if that gives you any indication, PS Vet, if whether the game is good, it is absolutely amazing. You'll love both of them. So please do yourself a favor and play it. And just like Great Was said, before you guys leave, hit the like button on the way out. It really helps me out a lot. Hit the hype button if you're actually watching this on your cell phone and all that jazz. But either way, have yourself a wonderful night. Stay magnificent. Thank you guys for all the support. I can't do this without you, man. And you guys are, like, honest to God, man, I'm not just saying it. I really mean it. You guys are absolute family to me, man. And I feel like I'm just hanging out, just like shooting the breeze, like with a bunch of friends, sitting around a campfire. It's awesome. So anyways, we'll see you guys Thursday for that. Thank you guys for all the support. And we'll see you guys all Thursday. Have a good night, guys.